iKURD وناصر حكينا انه هو اللي حيكون المفتاح. ناصر وهيرو
Hello and welcome back to the PMPL Arabia. My name is John Allen. With me is Blank. We're in day number 2 of the first Super Weekend. The first day, Galaxy Racer raced off to a head start, and they are sending an intrepid voyage towards the stars at the moment because they have had a hell of a day. We'll see if day 2 is going to be the same. Blank, what are you thinking?
Honestly, you're right. They have been star-trekking their way to the top of the leaderboard so far, and it's been doing very, very, very good stuff for them. Because honestly, during yesterday, at least what we saw was some really, really excellent rotations, some very good knowledge of the map and where they needed to be at the right times. I feel like they're actually not our most aggressive or probably not our most kill-heavy team within the lobby either. We've got some other teams like K12 or KURD Squad themselves who are really, really excellent when it comes to those gunfights. But Galaxy Racer, they play their cards right. A lot of times they are making those right moves in those final moments to secure those victories. And it was funny that they only got that one chicken dinner yesterday before they hit up the second in that very final match.
Yeah, I was going to say, they didn't finish outside the top 4 all day. Fourth, second, third, first, which is absolutely insane for a full day of play. I don't know how many times you've seen that before, but I can't recall one, certainly, until this point. So
it was consistent.
I feel like that's got to be some kind of record, exactly. But what we need is not just consistency, it's consistent consistency, right, as we like to say. Yeah. It's about how can you roll that over to the second day. Because, of course, there is more games to play. I believe we're going to be taking a look at the format that will be utilized for this tournament. Of course, we're in the Super Weekend right now. That was qualified for by the league play that we saw that one going through. And then, of course, the finals will be later on. After the Super Weekends, and of course the top 16 teams from the Super Weekends, all of those Super Weekends will add up. The top 16 teams there, they'll go on to the finals, which will be 3 days worth of competition.
Absolutely. So obviously we're going to check out our tournament format after this. So we've got all of September. You got some juicy matches coming right at you. And then towards the very beginning of October and the very end of September, we've got those grand finals. And those top 5 teams from the grand finals as well will be heading through to PMPL EMEA to duke out with some of the best teams in that region. So very exciting stuff here. And there is a lot more to play for than just this league play, just these Super Weekends.
Certainly is. It's going to be all to play for, and the way you make it all the way there is by earning points, Blank, and this is how you're going to do it. First place, of course, as you familiar viewers will know, 15 points for first place, fairly standard stuff. 1 point per kill, and there's the breakdown for the place and the points that you'll get for each game that you play here in this tournament.
Absolutely. 13th and 16th place, you'll be going home with 0 points. I think this is the major change we've seen throughout the entire tournament throughout this time, is that if you are not making it towards those 12th place, those top 7s, you are really not earning enough points. And you need to be focused a little bit more on those kill points, which, as you can see, will give you the 1 point total, John. And we've seen some teams yesterday really pick up a lot of bang for the buck in terms of those kill points. Specifically, I think it was RICO team as well, which have done absolutely fantastic just in that regard.
Yeah, absolutely. They've done fantastically well. And with those points, they'll earn themselves some prizes with the money on board. It's nothing to be ignored. You have to take a look at what's on offer. $150,000 total on offer for this tournament for the PMPL Arabia, with the MVP winning $1,000 themselves. And not only that, but remember, every single win will get you $1,000 to boot. Of course, that's 45 games in the Super Weekend, $45,000 for those winner-winner chicken dinners. You've got to be trying to gun for it.
You really are. And look, there's a lot of money on the line here just for PMPL Arabia. So honestly, it's always fantastic to see PUBG Mobile putting on these tournaments with a massive incentive to play. And not only that, like I said before, you head on to PMPL EMEA after this if you're in that top 5 category. So there is even more to play for after that. So really, there's a lot of money just for turning up and a lot more money for really turning up in terms of those chicken dinners as well as that MVP prize.
Oh, you love to see it. You love to see it. Well, that's going to be our prize pool. The schedule going to be coming up for you today. We're going to have 5 maps: Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, Sanhok, Erangel. It's the same as it was on the other Super Weekend day. If you were watching yesterday, thank you very much, first of all. But, of course, it's going to be the same map rotation on today as well, starting off with Erangel. And we haven't seen too much sort of strange goings-on in a lot of these maps. So maybe today's going to be just a little bit the same.
I'm gonna hesitate and disagree here with you, John.
Okay.
I think the two strange going ons for me, particularly were on that Sanhok and that final Erangel game. Particularly because obviously Galaxy Racer getting such a high scoring on Sanhok was unreal for me, to be honest with you. Getting that first place was crazy, considering, that is a map that's difficult to perform on at the best of times, and having such a great day and then being able to really close out on Sanhok was good too. And then obviously we saw that amazing Erangel map yesterday, which was pretty mad, where we headed down to Sosnovka military base, and for some reason teams in that category had a crystal ball of their own, and we had 4 teams dropping on Sosnovka in the beginning, which really caught K12 off guard. You had to feel sorry for that situation, because they play a very large split on that map, thinking they had most of it secured for themselves. Unfortunately, everyone drops with them and they get caught off guard, and they can't pick up those vehicles and go out relatively early.
I mean, all in a day's work for a day in the Super Weekend. Well, let's take a look at the overall standings that we have so far from yesterday's games. This is only from yesterday's games. Of course, these are the Super Weekend standings. Right at the top there, 3 digits in one day. Galaxy Racer breaking the 100-point margin with a massive gap to second place.
A huge gap indeed. So looking at 105 down to 62, and then we're pretty even across the board going downwards. There's RICO Infinity Team that I was talking about earlier with the 23 kill points. I think this is kind of a bit of an outlier for me, especially in 7th place with only the 20 placement points they've got on board. So very good stuff for them. Twisted Minds, also another heavy fragger type of team with a 30 kill points and 52 total. Twisted Minds started off really well yesterday, but kind of fell off towards the end of the day. Still picking up some good gunfights overall. We saw them challenge Galaxy Racer out, who were in the game of the day in that final Erangel. Unfortunately, Longhouse was not theirs to claim. Galaxy Racer were able to keep them out for such a long amount of time, and then K12 were able to hide within those smokes outside the building and play it safe for a long time. Here we're on our second page now, John. Lusail Esports there with 30 points, and then the points drop off massively. And RTG, they did not have the greatest day yesterday. Unfortunately, the road was not paved out for them. Still some construction to be done for that road to glory, but hopefully that comes with a little bit of time. Remember, this is only the first Super Weekend, and just making to a Super Weekend is credit in of itself.
Exactly. They're earning more points than the other teams that aren't in the Super Weekend. So, I mean, that's fair enough. They managed to get there.
Yeah.
And they are actually, as well, they're in Group B, right, from these teams. So that's a group that really hasn't been doing so super well so far in this tournament. So trying to represent, and quite frankly, it's not going the way they would have hoped. But we're going to be taking a quick break. When we come back, we'll be getting to the pre-game for match number 1. It's going to be Erangel. It's going to be great. It's going to be the Super Weekend here at the PMPL Arabia. Don't go anywhere.
Come on, Mr. D.
Like this. New Royale Pass version. Royale Pass month now available. So what's changed with RPM? Let's go through it together. First, the duration has been adjusted. Royale Pass month seasons have been reduced from 2 months to 1 month, meaning that you'll see new and different RP content every month. It also means you'll no longer have to wait 2 months if you don't like the current RPM rewards. Perhaps next month's RP rewards will better suit your taste. Also, the level cap has been cut in half from 100 to 50 to coincide with the shortened Royal Pass month seasons, meaning that shorter RPM seasons will not impact leveling or collecting rewards. You should pay attention to the RP missions. There will be some bonus RP point events that will allow you to accumulate more RPM points, and level up quicker in the next season. Second, rewards have been adjusted. The new Royale Pass month will have better rewards than before. In the past, Elite Pass holders could only choose one of 2 legendary outfits when they reached max level. In the new version, Elite Pass holders receive both outfits when they reach max level. What's more, we've also adjusted the number of outfits available, and added weapon finishes, vehicle finishes, airplane finishes, parachutes, emotes, and other commercialized items in the new version. These adjustments will definitely add value to your Royale Pass month. Free pass holders also get a rewards boost. Now, free pass holders will get rewards for every level up, including outfits and weapon finishes. Free pass holders will also have a chance to receive RP vouchers worth 60 UC to use when purchasing their next Elite Pass. In the past, players receive rewards worth 30,000 UC when reaching max level in the Royale Pass over 2 months. With the update to Royale Pass month, players will now receive rewards worth 40,000 UC when reaching max level over 2 months. That's a 33% increase in value. Finally, the price has been adjusted. We adjusted the pricing of Royale Pass month, along with other changes. Elite Pass has been reduced from 600 UC to 360 UC, and Elite Pass Plus has been reduced from 1800 UC to 960 UC. You may be wondering why the new price isn't 300 UC. Let us show you step by step how to participate in Royale Pass month forever with just 300 UC, while earning UC in the process. First, you'll need to get RP vouchers. Free pass holders receive a 60 UC RP voucher at level 30. The voucher can be used to deduct 60 UC for the next RPM. If you reinvest the 360 UC received into the next season, you'll have a free Elite Pass Plus 60 UC every month. Now that's a stable income. You can also follow and join our RP pre-order events to get even more discounts and earn more rewards. Overall, the new Royale Pass month is more flexible and affordable, while providing more than before and offering more rewards. Have we piqued your interest? What are you waiting for? Get started now with the Royale Pass month.
Welcome back. We're going to be getting into game number 1 fairly shortly. John Allen and Blank coming at you with the first. It's going to be Erangel for these teams that are going to be taking on the gauntlet today of the Super Weekend.
It is, yes. So happily back at it, and like we love to do it. We love to just come in and just announce our names without really saying who we are. We just like it's just blank, and I'm going to be like, oh, now I'm going to take a look at the standings over here on my second screen because I have a second screen. I've got so many screens in here; it's unbelievable at this point in time. But I'm only using 2 today. You know, I'm trying to be considerate of my eyesight. But realistically, there's really one of the team that I want to talk about who had a pretty good showing towards the end of the day, and that's Real Tiger 9. 2 fourth places into a third place in that final game. That's kind of a stepping up, in my opinion. Really didn't have any of those fantastic performances where we were like, oh, wow, you know, Real Tiger 9, they're doing fantastic. But it was just a case that I was looking at them and they were managed to slip into those final circles. Unfortunately, not really able to take it away at all in the end, but it has placed them in a very secure 5th place, which is a good position to be, especially in the Super Weekend. And if they can maintain that, that is a top 5 placing you need to go to PMPL EMEA. So you can be happy with that for the time being. Just keep up this kind of generation of points.
Yeah, they've been doing pretty good stuff coming into this first day of the Super Weekend. A team as well that started off pretty well was Twisted Minds. I mean, they kicked the day off with the highest kill count we've seen so far in the tournament. Of course, 17 and that chicken dinner. And then they sort of were nowhere to be seen for the rest of the day. They earned a lot of their points and ended up in 6th place with 52 points. But at the moment, they have not really given us too much to go on towards the end of that day. Maybe that first one was just a little bit of a fluke coming on through on that first Erangel, or maybe those other 4 were a fluke. You never know. You never know. We'll have to wait and see.
Fate Esports is another team that I think they could probably do really well today, actually, John. 2 second places, but very, very minimal kill counts. on both of those games. And that was their third game of the day, which is Erangel, and their last game of the day, which was also Erangel, hitting up with second place with 7 kills and second place with 4 kills. Not really what you'd really want to be seeing. It was unfortunate in those final moments on the last Erangel we saw of yesterday versus Galaxy Racer. Galaxy Racer played it so well. They were Freak, Lord, both going wide. Sure, they were low HP, but they really gave no avenue for the final player from Fate Esports to make it in. Though, what I will say is that Fate Esports, rotations specifically on Erangel have usually been really nice. Some good scouting opportunities from throughout the map. And a lot of their team fights have looked fairly good. And I would genuinely say that I think that their results are kind of a compensation from the fact that they've got third-partied so much during the day itself. So they're thinking to themselves, we'll play it back a little bit here, John. We won't go a little bit too hard for fear of getting third-partied and just pick up those steady points themselves.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, to be fair, you mentioned at the start of that sort of things not going how you might have wanted them to. And, well, I have to talk about YaLLa, really. They started okay. 3rd place, 4th place, getting 5 and 8 kills, respectively. And from there, they just disappeared in the other 3 games that they played, 14th, 15th, and 14th, with only 2 kills between those 3 games. It was a real change of pace for them, for the top qualifying team into this Super Weekend, for probably the most notable team in this tournament as well. It's not something that you expect to see from this sort of caliber of player, of team, and you have to hope that they've gone away and really taken that on board and thought to themselves, what are we going to change? What are we going to develop into today? Because it feels like they were just quite slow in those 3 games that they didn't play. They didn't really take any initiative. They were being played rather than playing the game themselves.
I think there were a few opportunities where they could have really run away with the game. Looking back to Miramar, where they held the majority of power grid, not getting out there early enough. I think that the issue was addressed far too late. When you see them start to smoke up after being razzed down by its RICO from K12, like that is a big problem in my eyes. It's a case of you're trying to fix the issue after it's arisen, but you really want to be looking for prevention rather than cure in that situation. So I'm looking for YaLLa to do a little bit better today, because I was disappointed in their performance yesterday, especially when they'd set themselves up so well. Maybe they need some more of those positive vibes. YaLLa powerful. Come on, guys, you got this.
I remember that. I love that. I love the nameplate. It's very motivational. I see it as well, and it reminds me that, together we can do anything.
Makes
blank.
me feel
we can go
good.
anywhere. Yeah, it does. It's a confidence
Not
booster.
well,
Nice.
maybe not anywhere right now.
No, obviously within current restrictions and guidelines permitting,
Hypothetically,
you could go.
could.
Hypothetically, could go anywhere in 5 to 10 years with the proper support from around.
True.
I'm going off track there.
We'll have a private
you know
jet
what?
by then. Don't worry.
Yeah, obviously, maybe 2.
Obviously,
Haven't
possibly.
decided.
We're not sure.
I mean,
but
one
we do
for
have a
each of us.
private
We can
jet
race
in game
Ooh.
for the players themselves to get into
That's
Erangel,
true.
which I'm very excited for. I mean, this match itself should be fun. I think that I was talking. Yesterday I was talking about the fact that Galaxy Racers they made such incredible adaptation throughout the day, which I've not really seen before, because they started off on Erangel with a 4th place with 2 kills, and that was that match where Hamodi got caught off guard very easily, and Twisted Minds quickly took the hillside on top of it. And I think that in that situation, I was a little bit confused by their play. To consolidate a little bit quicker. Lo and behold, come to Miramar. They control so much of the area, control Lusail Esports, and then after that, they consolidate on the other side of the road and are able to take a really cheeky 2nd place with 8 kills. So this is not natural. For YaLLa Esports, I think it's completely fair to have a bad day and then go away, really think about it, and then come back to have a better one. I think what Galaxy Racers did was almost unheard of yesterday.
I mean, we say they have a bad day, right? But even then, they're finishing 9th overall, and that's in the middle of the pack.
It's not bad.
That is, to put it bluntly, good enough to see yourself into the finals, right? If you're going to be getting into every Super Weekend, you're going to be getting a middle of the pack point score, you're going to be getting to those finals, which is probably what YaLLa is most concerned about, right? Having been a representative for the region in so many of the tournaments that are further down that progression line towards that PMGC. YaLLa, for a lot of people in the region, must be this team that is representative of this Arabic region.
They're almost like the benchmark, right? It's what you're striving to hit towards at the moment. And to be fair, 6-point average, roughly thereabouts. I can't do the quick maths that John can do, but a 6-point average roughly thereabouts. It is not too bad coming into this one. Usually what we want to see is around that 8.9 point average. That's a really strong one to hit up. I think Galaxy Racers kind of skewed this a little bit because they definitely sponged up a lot of the points yesterday towards that top side, already hitting those triple digits. And we can kind of put in perspective how ridiculous that is just from league play, because over those few days, we saw YaLLa hit a total of 120 points, I believe it was, and here Galaxy Racers already on 105 after 5 games, which is ridiculous. So Galaxy Racers is very, very comfortable here. I think that even if they don't have a strikeout performance today and tomorrow, it won't really matter too much, to be quite frank. As long as they do somewhat well, they'll set themselves up in a position where it's going to be very hard to dismount them from that top 5, top 6 at this point in time.
Yeah, and you have to think as well, over 45 games, right? How many points are you going to be? How many points are you going to be looking for overall? If you can get, say, 200 points in this first Super Weekend, you're going to be close to that boundary already. Like, that's going to be fantastic. And if they want to put in their best show, well, they've got to upgrade performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphone for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports 2021. We're getting underway with game number 1. It's Erangel, the plane path, the Tovka over towards, I believe that's towards Everest at the top there. So a pretty central plane path to kick things off for today.
Yeah, we're heading all the way across to hospital here. So again, another one of these central plane paths. I think we've been really kind on these ones recently. I guess the circles which have been catching people off guard a little bit. I don't think we see many people playing off to the western side of Erangel at the moment. People thinking that it's kind of a radiation zone. Don't want to head over there. Player unknowns place some nasty objects in that area. So a lot of these teams shying away from that position of the map, heavily orientate themselves over towards the eastern side. We did see more hot drops towards the end of the day. The Sosnovka military base, that's to be expected. But even on that second drop on the Erangel we had for round 3, that was even a map where we saw people taking much more space. Again, we can see our top 5 fraggers from yesterday. Lord as well as Freak happily sat towards the top there, with Freak hitting up those 15 kills. Hamodi in a close third. And then just J9, who we know is very, very good on KURD squad. I don't think I've seen too much out of the rest of the team there. I think Unknown plays a pretty damn good role within the team. Bolt's played some good off angles. But I do believe it is really J9 who is pulling the majority of the weight.
Well, you said people didn't like to play the western side of Erangel. Blank. Let's take a look at what's happened here. The circle's got a little bit westward, so people are going to have to figure that one out. Of course, with the plane as it is, Georgia Pole, a very popular position here, and you can see 3 teams dropping there at the moment, and a lot of teams going to be stretching out down the coast as well. So potentially a little bit of a traffic jam. But what that does do is open up ground around the middle of the map, around a lot of those rotational paths that might have been obstructed otherwise. Looks like NASR up to their old tricks again, school and apartments.
Yeah, so realistically here, we're having the exact same thing come through once again. No one's really decided to do anything different. I'm just trying to see here very quickly. I don't think YaLLa's actually playing in this match today, which is a bit unfortunate for the first Erangel, especially with the ground that they need to cover. So yeah, that's a bit worrying for me, realistically. But we can take a look at that a little bit later. Perhaps there's a reason for it. We're not unsure. We're a little unsure of it right now. And we have iKURD Esports. They're down here in crates, just trying to pick some things up just outside of Everest. Lusail Esports, obviously one of the scouts for this team, is heading up towards the top of Everest. This is a great scouting point to begin with. At the beginning of the match, you can get a lot of information from here early. And like you said, NASR taking that school as well as apartment split. Now, I said that gave them a lot of opportunity to rotate quickly because of the amount of loot that you're able to grab from that position. You can really hoard a lot of those grenades, a lot of the meds as well, and pick up some decent gear to just get yourself out of dodge afterwards. So realistically, I would like to see them moving across the western side of the map sooner rather than later.
Move early, move often. It's a mantra I like to repeat because I think it has a lot of value in a wide amount of situations, right? Like it's so easy to get bogged down in a single position and think, this is a good spot. We should just stay here and try and win it out. You've got to be a little bit more dynamic. As soon as you take shots, your position is known. People are structuring their movements around you to try and play into you, play against you. You need to keep things fresh a little bit towards that rotational stage of the game to stay ahead of the curve and stay on the ball. Otherwise, you will just get run down by the teams surrounding you.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, you've got to stay ahead of that ball because we do have a lot of these teams who are quite the formidable Indiana Jones type of balls where they're just rolling down at you and they'll crush you underfoot. So you got to be worried. Looking at teams like Galaxy Racer, looking at teams like Twisted Minds, although it might not be towards the top side, currently in 6th place, but given the opportunity, Twisted Minds can really ruin your day. I think we've seen some great third parties coming through from this team. Looking quickly at the standings themselves, John. Honestly, I think we're pretty comfortable who these top teams we're looking at the moment. And it's almost funny to me that we've got KURD 12, KURD Squad, and iKURD holding up 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place. So congratulations to those groups of teams who seem to be sticking it out together towards the top of the leaderboard. Certainly not working with one another. We've seen K12 as well as KURD Squad give themselves a very terrible time against one another. Bolt hit up a really nice position on top of the building yesterday to provide cover for Ralph, making it into that circle itself. K12 though, they're rotating just outside of Military Island. They're on the other side of the bridge at the moment, looking to move out from Ferry Pier. So this is a good position to play from, especially if you want to make your way up towards the northern side of the map, a bit more central within that circle early on, John. And again, we have Galaxy Racers on our map.
Yeah, they're going to be chilling out, getting the loot on board. No one really too near their position right now. Just making sure that they've got as much as they can. And you know what? Fair enough. Pachinki, if no one's going to contest you for it, you're going to come out pretty looted and looking pretty deadly there. And a central position as well on the map is nothing that you don't want to happen, right? You can have a lot of options from Pachinki. The question is, are you going to be able to pick up those vehicles? Are you going to be able to get across those fields that surround it, right? Because if you move too late here, it can be pretty tricky to excavate yourself from the hole in which you find it, your team, because you've got a lot of teams surrounding you on those hillsides. You have to go across a lot of open ground. Shots are going to be finding their way to you, and it's not always the easiest to maneuver.
Carrying on with your excavation analogy, realistically, Pachinki's kind of like a bit of granite. It's very hard to get your pickaxe against it, to get out of there, especially when teams play it how they do in a lot of other regions, because it's such a key position around the map. A lot of times you'll see 2 teams occupying this place. Generally, this happens for a very long time until one team decides, we can't get the better of another team. Let's try and find a different drop spot, and it's finally given up. The fact that Galaxy Racers have taken it so early on in this game and seem to be controlling it by themselves speaks volumes, really. A lot of teams don't want to challenge them in this area. But with 2 teams playing, and it's almost like a stalemate. It's hard to leave. It's hard to loot up. But like you said, with only them holding it, Pachinki's going to be a really good send-off point for them to smash the champagne bottle against one of the buildings and head wherever they need to go within this next circle. So, honestly, Galaxy Racers, very, very good stuff during this game so far. It's a great position to start from, and I'd expect a pretty high placing from them just because of it.
RICO Infinity team pulling up on a compound that they might want to try and pick up the vehicle outside of, split up, get a little bit more diverse in their options. I'm always a big fan. I absolutely hate when teams start rotating at this stage in one vehicle. Gives me the shivers, gives me the chills. Hate to see it.
Hate to see it. I've just been a big dum-dum and realised why they're called RAT. Because it's literally the infinity sign. God damn it. Yeah. Don't tell me you realised this like 2 years ago. I know you did. I didn't.
I actually came up with the team tag. It was my idea.
Oh, did you? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
All John Allen all day, man. Yeah, absolutely. That's me.
To be fair, we do sometimes in the green room think to ourselves, how can we make a team tag? How can we make a team tag cool? Especially when we get teams come into these lobbies with no logo, and then suddenly we think to ourselves we're all graphics designers designing some kind of cool tag for them. We should really send those ideas to the teams at some point. I know they'll be just cleared straight to the spam folder, but may as well make an effort for it. RTG haven't gone out within the first 10 minutes. Great result for them. I mean, this is already an improvement from yesterday, so let's keep this up. Looks like they were able to leave Lipovka as well as Milter Power, John, which is a lot more than they've been used to doing yesterday.
Let's take a look at the lay of the land at the moment. You see on the eastern side, a little bit close, Obian and Road to Glory. Just out to the east near Potato Hill, just on the north side of it. Circle shrinks and it's fairly kind. Not really going to play too much on the split of the river, which is a main feature of a lot of these central circles. You imagine the teams are going to want to head down south of that river split and try and get a position around those Gatka fields, around Everest, and potentially even around South George if you're feeling a little bit slow and edge-like.
Yeah, so Galaxy Racer already moved from Pachinki. They left out one NASR. Looks like they may have lost just one player in that situation. No, it's ABIAH who they've rocked up on. So YaLLa's already down. Galaxy Racer, though, heading straight up for the compounds just underneath of Everest. Lusail Esports actually just rotated all the way down to the south side, and Fate Esports instead taking up residence in Everest. So very good stuff to them. Now they've got a great position, like we were talking about earlier, to scout out what they want to do next, how they want to play out this particular match. And you're right, that confluence of rivers towards that top side, well, the rivers themselves, they're not as much of a problem anymore up towards Rozhok, just because it's very unlikely we're going to see a shift like that head to Rozhok now. So teams can be a little bit more comfortable. And even if that shift does come through, again, it's not going to be such a big problem anymore because you're not going to have a ton of teams holding down awkward positions like Rozhok Hill, where it's very difficult to rotate through school because players are going to instantly see you on the rotate.
Falcons jamming their way across the Pachinki fields. Two teams around them, but no one really actually able to stop them from moving on through. Batika wants to pop a couple of shots, but through Pachinki they go. They go around the south side of the church, and they're out the other side. That's going to leave NASR and Road to Glory a little bit further east, now behind the Falcons on this push towards the west.
Falcons themselves, it's not a bad spot. I mean, they have a little lip to play around. NASR off to their eastern side as well. I think NASR's got a little bit further into the circle this time, which I'm glad to see, especially from the position they were playing. You know, now they just need to figure out how they want to remove the opposition going forward, push a little bit further towards Gatka Fields themselves. Twisted Minds, this is a decent compound itself. The only issue you do tend to have with it is there's so many buildings to hold down as a 4, even as a 4 that is. So you need to kind of pick and choose where you want to play. It does allow other people into the compound, but you do have the heads up when they do arrive, and the other team doesn't necessarily know that you are here. That's YaLLa actually going down from Twisted Minds. Unfortunate.
Oh dear.
YaLLa.
Yeah. He's going to go down. And really nothing you can do about that. You can't really jam into this this chopstick and get the res here. It's pretty much a guaranteed kill for Real Tiger Knight. So good stuff, good stuff. You said you wanted to see them do well. Looks like they might just be in luck here. Galaxy Racer, not too far away. A lot of the teams around this area will be aware of this presence now in the chopsticks, certainly in one of them, as the shots start to pop off.
I like that. Jigsaw trying to rock up and steal the kill from Kapiyashi, who obviously had picked up that knock in the beginning, and Kapiyashi was like, no, that is my kill, and rats off a couple of M16 shots to finish off the job itself. Quickly back to the map once again. We'll see where this heads up, because this will kind of centralize where we will be playing going forward. And it's on top of Everest towards Hospital. So a really awkward place to play right now, because you have a lot of this area up towards the northern side, which is unplayable unless you are Fate, who can now hold it down. They might want to consider moving off here because it's going to become such a hot spot. You can see already iKURD moving into position. And you also have those fields off to the western side, which are equally as unplayable. So very much a cram circle going forward, John. You're going to see a lot of teams looking for space immediately, which is why you can see them all dropping into vehicles as quickly as possible to try and look for that position that's going to be as nice as possible. RTG taking up Falcon's position, maybe a little bit too soon though, as Damar hits half HP onto one player.
Falcons were trying to leave just as the crash came through, so maybe a little bit of disarray there, but Road to Glory not quite able to find the full opening that they were looking for, not able to get any wipes going on through just yet. A lot of damage sent either way. Noza inside, cooking the nade, very close to Never Alone. Peek around the side, a good trade going through from Bomper. And he will be able to get that flush as well. Nossa now last standing for RTG, the Road to Glory, looking a little bit shorter than they would have liked. 3 players are dead on the rest of the side, and Maybe you don't want to stick around too long here, because look at this. Cryptics rocking up into the fight. Lazy Boy drops some smokes down to try and get away. Never alone. Peeling out of that as Bomper launches a nade. Not close to a vehicle. Will find it hard to get away. Has to get to that buggy on the other side if he wants a chance, but there's really no way he's getting there.
This is the issue. Cryptics coming from the eastern side. I think Road to Glory would have loved to have picked up this building. Perfectly parked on the other side. Wonderful stuff from Marshall. You know this guy. He's definitely cleared his 3-point turns.
NASR actually playing around the shack there. Could give Cryptics a little bit of a scare, but they found it out. They figured it, but able to get the shots nonetheless. A jump shot coming through. Damage found. Marshall wants to play from the air, and he will strike on down. Good stuff coming through from Cryptics to pick that one back up. Maybe a little bit more than they would have liked. And Bomper now has some time to operate with. He should have seen that not come on through. He's crawling around, maybe trying to make his way to the buggy.
Yeah, Bomper's in a bit of an issue right now. I do wonder if it was Never Alone who did escape. Sadly, he is now alone. Lazy Boy taking some of those pills, trying to get those stims going online. They want to try and save as many meds as possible towards the late game. Senke now coming in, playing a beautiful off angle from the backside. So he was providing all the information to allow Krebs to take such an aggressive fight there. I really do mean aggressive, with the fact that Marshall just flings the buggy onto the other side of the building, then drops from the sky as if he was just airlifted. Great stuff from him. El Chapo drops down, but it will be Bumper once again getting the flush on top of it, and that's 1 kill point going to the side of Falcon. Picks up the buggy itself, and now we'll just try and get out of dodge. Next circle did drop through, heads off Mount Everest into the field, so we're going to have a bit of a snaky ending here, John.
Look at that. And iKURD Esports there. That is one hell of a compound that they've managed to find themselves in. The foothill compounds of Everest are really notoriously strong here. And the fact that they've been able to claim one nice and early is fantastic for them. NASR, not so lucky. They're playing out towards the northeastern side, southwest of Ruins. They've got a team at their back as well. Triple Vibes at the moment playing in Gatka. Have a lot of sightlines over these fields.
Toxin, just third partying this one, trying to see if he can look out the window, see where any of these other players are heading off to. And I think right now, information is very important, especially when you play these kind of positions on the map, because you need to have a rough idea of where most players are rotating into, because a lot of the times you'll be flying blind. You have to crawl through spaces, and you need to know roughly, is there a team in this area? Do we need to take contact soon? So the teams that have gathered the most information early on will have the best time. Fate's in a bit of a weird position, in my opinion. They are dead slap in the middle between KURD squads, a couple of players from their side. I think they rotated, wrapped around the backside of Everest to try and get a better spot. Lusail dropping back up from the south side of the circle towards that loot crate. One player from Fate there just gathering information. I doubt he's going to take a fight though.
And look at this compound that iKURD Esports have now. A crash potentially coming through from RICO Infinity team. And actually, they've managed to find a corner building on the compound, give themselves a staging post and flank around as well. Ali in trouble now for iKURD Esports. Needs to hold out. The windows are there. Out to the door. Wants to try and peek wide. Doesn't get the challenge he's looking for. And now sends him back inside. Sends him packing as well. A nade flown through from SK-Ton. And will be able to get the kill and the flush going on out onto Ali. Now, iKURD Esports down to 2. They had a good compound, but it's been wrested from them. RICO Infinity team with a nade over the top, bring them down to 1.
And NAS drops back down again. That's 2 beautiful nades coming through from this team from Infinity. Honestly, the initial nade was really nice just because he was forced back in the building, so there's nowhere really could have gone in that situation. Fidan now drops back into position. That's just Hellman by himself.
He's going to go around, try and hold out as long as he can. They know he's in it. They are going to start to spray. Cooking a nade in the corner as well. Marshall goes up in smoke in the meantime. And Ask out wide, and they will be able to find it. Helmend goes down, and with that, iKURD Esports get eliminated. It will be out of the running for now.
So that's that fight potential we talked about before from Infinity team themselves. ABIAH in an awkward spot. They really only have a couple of buggies to their name. There is a tractor off to their right side, but it's not going to provide enough cover in the situation. J9 explodes in his own vehicle. Not fun for them, but that was Ragnarok to take him down. Quickly, there is a trade though coming through from Unknown. So Fate's still in this fight between them and KURD Squad. Fate obviously in the circle itself, but KURD Squad are split up in a way that, you know, if they get the right pickoffs, they're going to be a good spot. But now it doesn't really matter anymore. They have to make a move. Eastern shift like this means these teams already in it are so happy. Specifically ABIAH Esports as well, because they were in a rough position. They knew they might have to move soon, but instead they get centered up on.
KURD 12 and getting the circle. Name a more iconic duo. I dare you. I don't think it can happen. But look at this as well. The Falcons, they sailed through Pochinki early. If you remember, they went through the middle of, I think, 2 or 3 teams to be able to get all the way into this position. And now they're reaping those rewards as well. Some excellent shots coming through from NASR over on towards Galaxy Racer. They've taken some hits, taken a tumble there as Lord is low and down. Modi over the ridgeline, needs to try and back it up. Rolf makes the cross, but will fall to Falcons across the way. NASR getting back up from down in the fields. They'll hear those shots. They'll know what's going on. And with 2 players right in front of them, this might just be 2 free kills coming on through. Hassan able to pick it up. Sweep it under the rug. 2 points going over to NASR.
It's not just Hamodi left alive there. And Falcons had a really good line of sight onto that fight itself to third party. It looks like Eel just dropping it through the fields. In a line of players, everyone's got vehicles.
Oh, no.
Aram's by himself, immediately goes down. That guy was crunched between the rocks.
Goodness me, KURD Squad lose their representative, but they're getting lit up. Look at that. Lusail just getting sprayed down by Nabo with the DP. Goodness me, more damage flying on through as well. 2 of them already hit the deck. 1 of them out of the way. It's Salam who's not quite with them. Rip going down, going low, but looking to get those reses on board to the teammates. Wanted will get flushed out in the middle. Smokes bloom, but the position is completely known now.
Fate going down in the process there. They had a really rough time of it. And now Infinity Team, they also need to make the cross. That smoke's been thrown out of the vehicle as they go along. And they're dropping straight into Lusail's position. They're not quite done doing the first aid here. So they're going to have a rough time ahead of themselves. Boyka drops into the vehicle. Salam is lucky to get away with that one.
Goodness me, Fidan gets down and flushed as well into a vehicle, potentially work to do. Rips there as well and tears through the approaching team from RICO Infinity. And they are going to try and get a little bit more. Hang on a minute, how did that happen? Falcons get taken down. I think NASR making the push as the center of this field starting to get decimated, starting to get pulled apart. Lusail still with Boyka alive in that vehicle, trying to find anything, any semblance of respite. Drops another smoke and tries to heal up a bit more.
Zika from Real Tiger 9 checking over the top side vibes. This team that's pretty confident in themselves. They're holding a 4-man split at the moment. They are quite close to one another, so they can trade quite easily and get into position to revive a teammate should he goes down. ABIAH just haven't moved at all. That's kind of disappointing in my opinion, because I think, yes, you have a good spot right now, but they're going to have to figure out how they want to play from here onwards, because there's just been no scouting, no probing of any teams around them. And in that situation, you're just going to get crept up upon, especially with their position being so close to those chopsticks themselves, where teams can rotate through undetected.
Shots being popped and positions being vied for right now. Sightlines denied as KURD 12 Esports with a fantastic control over this current zone, but they are going to have to leave a little bit earlier than maybe they would like, and of course being moved in towards this next zone. The good news for them is that they can control the approach from this south side. The smokes, though, starting to cut off the sights.
Hamodi, I was about to talk about him, but now he's down. Going down at 8th place, not too bad though, considering he's the single player. And now it's Rio from K12 coming in against ABIAH. And this is what I'm talking about, is that ABIAH really haven't done anything to secure this position or let other players know that they're not to be trifled with. Now everyone's rocking up on that spot. There's nades coming through, and this team's just going to fall apart.
Yeah, triple vibes coming in the back as well, and this is going to be real tricky for ABIAH to find anything. The nades are just bombarding them, moving straight on through. There's the Molotov over the top. Nades from both sides, and you're right, there's really nothing you can do. KURD 12 Esports maybe taking a little bit more punishment than they would have liked, but in the meantime, NASR moved across the field. They've got a position out in the open. They aren't in the best of spots, but right now they have control of the ground.
Oh, they do. Lazy Boy from Cryptics off to the west side there on your screen. Just trying to hold this one down for the time being. ABIAH, they're just getting beset upon at the moment, unfortunately for them. Now it's NASR, who hold the majority of the northern side. You can see all these teams taking shots, but this is exactly what ABIAH should have done, which NASR are doing right now. Is you can see them on your screen in the minimap taking loads of shots out towards these teams. They want to keep them at arm's distance so that the rest of these teams clash against one another instead. And by the time that any team gets towards NASR, they'll have taken many, many fights and they won't have all those meds around for them. K12, though, doing an excellent job. Stay within this circle. There's the final player from Twisted Minds going down from Figure, but they'll drop a lovely little 5th place.
KURD down to 3 as Real Tiger 9 over the top with 4. They're going to need to push a little bit further, and they've got to worry about triple vibes as well. This ridgeline is so difficult to leave, and NASR are really laughing in this situation. They have control over so much of proceedings, and the circle goes their way as well. Look at that. Everybody's going to have to fight towards them, and NASR waste no time in gaining more ground.
RT9, they've dropped a lot of smokes down, but Toxin's already moving up in the vehicle, getting very close on personal, where these guys from RT9 themselves, Real Tiger 9, another 4th place potentially for them here, but they'd love to make it a little bit further towards the games. 4th place is not the home that they want to take control of. That's not what they want to keep going through from. That's one shot already going down for the team.
Ooh.
K12 taking a huge amount of damage too.
Trying to stay alive for now. The ridgeline getting sprayed down from afar, and everybody taking heavy punishment. Look at that. Real Tiger 9 going low. That's triple vibes eliminated. NASR still on 3 players, and KURD down to 2. Real Tiger 9 trying to get these reses on board, but at the moment the break is still yet to happen. Real Tiger 9 now looking to try and mount up, getting across with the buggy, sails out wide, tries to get to cover, but gets taken down almost immediately. A pick up on the flush as well, as NASR control everything in their view.
You can kind of understand that play from Zico. He wants to move off to the side of the map so he can get a little bit of a spray down onto K12. He knows that NASR have an eyesight onto them. Now Jigsaw just really had to just take that fight with K12 despite NASR taking on top of it. But NASR have done such a good job this game. Really, really happy with the way they've played. And you know, maybe it's not YaLLa that comes back today, reinvigorated. Perhaps it's NASR.
Goodness me, that heal so crucial to be able to get it on through, but I just don't know how much further they can go. Crawls out wide, only 1 player remaining for K12, and out in the blue, they are going to try and out-heal it. I don't think you've got enough time. I think that's just going to tick away, and that's going to be the game. KURD go down in second with a pretty decent showing, but it's NASR to control the fields, control the game, and come out with the chicken dinner.
Yeah, so that's RT9's second third of the Super Weekend. So realistically here, they would love to get another 2nd place or a 1st place here, but it seems they are being relegated towards those 3rd and 4th places. K12, they hit up there. I believe that is now their 3rd 2nd place of the Super Weekend. So again, these guys like to slip in just 2nd, and it's not always the best, but they tend to be in the firing line. A lot of these teams towards the end of the game. So it's not an easy 2nd they hit at all. I think we see Fate Esports kind of, you know, irk out those 2nd places like very with a lot of finesse, but you know, on the other hand, it's your boys from K12 just brutalizing the other teams in their area until they are the last man standing, apart from the other team over on the other way of the circle. So realistically, very happy with K12, but it's NASR who really steps up here. And this is going to be a bunch of points that they realistically needed to get themselves out from an 11th spot.
Very good stuff from those teams to finish it on out. Galaxy Racer going down a little bit earlier as well. Means that gap will close just a little bit between them and KURD. Speaking of which, let's take a look at the overall standings for this weekend so far after that game. Of course, it's still going to be Galaxy Racer at the top, but KURD Esports, they've closed the gap a little bit. They're now up on 79.
Which is great. Real Tiger 9 as well, making their way from 5th place up to 3rd place. This is the team that we talked about at the beginning of the day, hitting that 69-point mark. KURD Squad dropping down just a wee bit there. Really not getting many points at all. I believe that's just the 2 points that they ran away with from that game. Twisted Minds back up into 5th place, so they've jumped up by 1. NASR finally on this first page here in 7th place with 51 points. I think that was a really good game from them, and you can kind of see that massive parallel between them and ABIAH Esports, where ABIAH, they had a fantastic spot in the circle, but they just didn't do enough to secure that position. Realistically, you want to do what NASR did, which is if you have a great spot, make sure no one can get over there and everyone else has to fight over the scraps that are left on the other side of the circle.
Yeah, I think you're right, and it ended around those ridge lines backing onto open fields, and I feel like every single time we see that the teams on that ridge line just get scuppered, right? There's very little you can do if you have to fight your way out towards the field, because every position that you have is known. You're taking cover from the team in the open field. You're trying to be the last standing on that ridge line, and in essence, you're fighting for second place. And I feel like that's what we were seeing from the teams there.
Yeah, 100%. I think in that game as well, specifically, it was frustrating for Real Tiger 9, and I think that in those last moments, I think they made a decision where it was a case of, okay, let's send one player out wide, see if you can take down the players from K12, give us some space. And then after that went wrong, it was a case of, okay, Jigsaw, you're going to need to take some suppressing fire over towards NASR whilst I try and clear up these two last players from K12. I think that realistically, the play instead was throw some smokes down and then just take all that warfare with K12 and, like you said, play for that second place. Because in a situation where you're playing against 4 dudes, all with UAZs and rocks available to them and long range weapons, it is kind of like taking a bat to a machine gun. It's not going to happen in your favor, sadly, unless a miracle occurs. But I don't think that was happening either.
When you said take a bat to a machine gun, I was straight up thinking of the animal, a bat. And
right.
I was like, what? And then I was like, hang on a minute.
I see.
That doesn't make any sense. Well, I'm going to have to go and think about what I've done, because we're going to go to a short break before we get ready for match number 2. A great game coming through from NASR to prove us wrong on their first day performance. We'll see if they can keep it on going. We'll see you in a minute.
Mr. DJ.
لعيبة الايكورد وناصر حكينا انه هو اللي حيكون المفتاح. ناصر وهيرو وفعلا نابو يا ولد يا نابو يا ولد يا نابو يا ولد يا نابو لو كان الابداع رجل لشكرته يا نابو.
Hello and welcome back to the PMPL Arabia. My name is John Allen. With me is Blank and, of course, Nemo TV, PUBG Mobile Pro League 2021 official media partner. We're getting into game number 2. We've just seen that Erangel go down. We saw a field finish and NASR being able to sweep that one away. Very nice stuff coming through. And now we're going to head over to the deserts of Miramar.
And it's kind of what we expected from NASR as well. I mean, these guys, they look strong in the league play, finally stepping up back again here in the Super Weekend. And it's kind of how I predicted things to go down, which is a case of, like, a lot of teams don't make such massive changes on the fly like Galaxy Racers did yesterday. NASR's taken a little bit more time to figure out what it was they were exactly doing wrong, and it looks like they've cracked the code here. I think rotating earlier was the smart thing to do, and especially when they start towards apartments and school, getting down towards Gatka Fields in a strong position is not the easiest thing in the world. I think Road to Glory obviously had the toughest time of things. And just talking about that play very quickly, because there is something to be learned from that, which is the fact that Road to Glory, I think they were a little bit too quick on their rotate there. I know that sounds odd to say, but I think they made the right decision. They saw Falcon leaving, and it was a case of, right, we can kind of piggyback off this, and we can take their compound, and then trying to figure out where we want to go from there. And instead, they rotate literally at the same time as Falcon and end up, in a sense, catching Falcon off guard, where Falcon's like, oh my god, what's going on here? And have to turn around and take the fight instead of just waiting for them to leave instead. So maybe a little bit slower on those rotates when you want to steal a compound from someone else.
I feel like Falcons had a pretty good early rotation, though, to get into the spot that they had. It felt like, you know, they, as I say, they went straight through Pachinki and just allowed themselves to get straight on ahead of that leapfrog, right? So,
yeah, exactly. And that's another thing, that's Falcon playing it correctly, which is where they know that the Pachinki players in Galaxy Racers, they're going to be gone by now. So rotating through Pachinki is a smart and safe decision to make, because you know no one's going to be in that area at that time, because the rotate will have already come through. Especially if Galaxy Racers, like we were mentioning at the beginning of the broadcast, there on Erangel, they will be looting quickly. There's no one with them. They can get out of Dodge as soon as possible without having to worry about another team harrowing them as they're trying to leave.
Yeah, it's very difficult to. It's a lot more difficult when there's another team of Pachinki, because you have that pressure being put on you, and you don't get the full city loot. You might have to leave a little bit earlier. You need to prioritize getting the vehicles that spawn in there as well.
Yeah,
so you need to be sort of doing a little bit of fighting, and you can't be just full looting and getting out of there early, which is what you're afforded by that solo drop.
Exactly, and to be fair, it's kind of mean talking about vehicles as well, that NASR rocked up with 4 UAZs. They were kind of like the Black Ops team within there in the circle itself. It's like, Jesus Christ, where these guys get all their gear from? It was like they were suited from the plane going outwards. It's like, we're going to drop these vehicles in this location. You can rendezvous with them later and pick them up and drop through. You're going to have level 3 vests across the board. Don't you worry about it, guys. So yeah, a little bit of an unfair finish there, but an unfair finish dictated by the play that NASR made.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic. They rocked up like the feds, and they were able to take it down. I mean, great stuff.
Oh, yeah.
You know? They came in flashing the badge, and everyone paid attention. It's good stuff.
And it wasn't fake. It wasn't fake. We'll put it that way. It was no Halloween outfit, that's for sure.
Very shiny.
It was
shiny.
very, very shiny. You can tell the badge isn't fake by its shininess level. We will be heading into Miramar very, very shortly, in about 30 seconds time. But honestly, on this map, we'll have to figure out exactly who's going to make the best plays. I think this might be a map that Galaxy Racers can do well on. I think that where I've seen them struggle the most, I mean, let's put Sanhok aside, because I think that they did really well there, but it's not to their strengths. It is a case of those close-knit rotations. I think Galaxy Racers like to take their time, like to figure out where they want to go. Oftentimes they'll have 2 players post up with the vehicles, and then 2 players clear angles, which is really good in my opinion. I do love that type of play style. So I think Miramar could be the map for Galaxy Racers, but hopefully NASR can continue this kind of upwards trend.
And of course, we didn't see YaLLa in that last game. We have been told that they will be in this next game. So they are playing today for the rest of the games, at least I hope so. They're going to be in the lobby and trying to frag out. Of course, they do need to climb up a little bit. Obviously, with a game down, that's not ideal, but you can just treat it as a big loss and try and move forwards from it.
Yeah, that's just a 13th place, man. We got a little bit far and then we went out, but now we're ready to give it our all coming into these next few matches. And I think Miramar's a great place for YaLLa to start their first game on, because it's a longer map. It's one of those games where you get a lot of time to really get comfortable with it. But we're heading into game right now into Miramar.
Ooh.
Very excited to get into the deserts and see exactly where all these teams end up.
See just where they're going to drop, see where the plane path takes us, see if it's going to be kind to a lot of these teams. The largest map on the rotation, of course, Miramar, can be tricky. You need to be able to get those vehicles, get those spots. The plane path taking us from Tierra Bronca down towards the Midwest of the map at the moment, just over Monte Nuevo. At the moment, there's not too many places that seem fully inaccessible. I mean, even swinging all the way down to Los Leones on the cards.
Yeah, I feel like RTG just need a little bit more confidence beneath their belt. I mean, they're already dropping. There is so much on the eastern side, and this seems to be a continuing occurrence across pretty much all their maps at the moment. This is just play as far away from the central of the map as possible. But if you make it to PMPL Arabia, you're not a bad team by any means of it. And it kind of like, as in most FPSs and most games like this, you kind of have to just figure that you are the best team in the lobby at all times, and just treat it that way, that you are on top regardless of your score. So I think RTG can maybe take a bit more of a proactive position in the circle going forward. RT9, though, they're even further east outwards, and they'll make their way into the circle as the game progresses, but most teams towards their usual position. You can see YaLLa there up towards water treatment. They played around power grid. Last time we saw them, had a nice position there, and once again, circle favors them.
A northern shift is going to pretty much be on top of most of the teams in this lobby. Road to Glory can swing in towards the north side of water treatment along that road, or potentially try and fight into the hills. Real Tiger 9, a similar progression path for them on the cards. I'm going to be interested on the southwestern glut of teams, Blank. You've got 3 teams sort of on the outskirts of this group. You've got RICO Infinity team, you've got Cryptics, and you've got iKURD YaLLa Esports as well, who might come to loggerheads in the near future.
Yeah, especially with Monte Nuevo being, it's actually a really open area around here. I think you can, if you're a team like Cryptics, you could quite easily swing up the western side of the map up towards El Pozo. Looks like they're going to try and head down to Valle de Mar for the time being, pick up some loot in that location, and then continue onwards. KURD squad, though, you can see them off in the distance. Vibes is just trying to find a position in the map. I believe this is down towards Picardo right now. Falcon currently holding on to Casino. Will be looting up, and Azrael's dropped a little bit far out of location. I feel this is something keeps happening with Vibes as well, is that they're dropping away from their own team. So Azrael, maybe a little bit of a bodge drop there, and they need to possibly fix that, but that's okay. The parachute's got a hole in it. You can fix that up for the next game.
Yeah, that one's sorted out right away. Falcons have the high ground against the 3 players from Triple Vibes in the area. It feels like they know someone's there. They're not super keen to go down. Although, to be fair, Never Alone's not really looking out that way. They should have spotted the parachutes. They should know there's another team around. But at the moment, it doesn't seem to be concerned.
I do think the Falcons' position, that when you have this triple stack of a building, like, you've got a lot of comfortability there. I think many times we see Picardo finishes, if there's a team holding that position, unless the circle moves out, it's very easy to hang on to. Like, it's so hard even to breach a 2-story building, let alone a 3rd story, because you've got so much time as a defending team to figure out where you need to place the nades, how long you need to grab the kills as people try and make their way into the building, and if you really need to, you can always drop out the building with some smoke. So there's a lot of time in your favor when you're playing that position itself. RICO Infinity team, though, they're on the rotate right now. Fidan in the vehicle coming to probably pick up the homies, and Cryptics down towards Valle de Mar, as we were talking about earlier. Obviously, they've got a very comfortable looting time here, because no one's going to be down towards this area, especially with it being outside the circle. They can be quite happy that, the rest of the game is going to be figuring out exactly which rotational path they want to take to get into the circle itself later on. And again, I do think that western rotate is probably their best bet going forward.
Difficult ground to cover. I mean, obviously the hills on the southwestern side are tricky, but those routes as well can be traitorous should you opt to try and go for them. Road to Glory still yet to leave their initial drop by the looks of things. Haven't headed out west towards the circle just yet, but there's still plenty of time before they will need to get there. The question is, how soon do they want to try and get in towards that circle? Because the eastern side, they do need to start to think about pushing into it, as the teams in the middle will not be able to stay that close together.
No, they will not, John. 100% right there. I think that, you know, with the current circle itself, we are opening up for Miramar into a lot of these open areas where teams are going to struggle to play close to one another without getting into gunfights itself. But Road to Glory, on our screen right now, they're in El Hazahar, so they have this rotational path where, as you said at the very beginning of this game, you know, they need to swing up towards the northern side. They pass around on the roads there, particularly because it's the quickest rotate you can make, because those roads are very flat, very easy. Sure, you might get caught out by a team who's holding one of the positions up there, looking for the lurk play, but I doubt there's going to be many teams just in the way of Road to Glory, unless they just directly rotate into someone, which we have seen them do quite a few times, which is a little bit upsetting.
Yeah, not ideal. Not the greatest, you know. Could be better. No. 6 out of 10.
Yeah, it could be better.
Probably needs improvement.
Well, 4 out of 10 I'd give it at the moment.
Would you? Okay.
Yeah, it needs some serious improvement, but not to the point where I would say I would write them off completely.
Okay, I'm down.
That's a 2 out of 10.
It's a 2 out of 10 right there.
1 out of 10 is when I ignore the team.
Okay, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
If I'm not talking about them, you know something's wrong.
Oh dear.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh no.
I'm gonna proceed to list up all the teams so I don't get hate now.
Yeah. Oh. Quick, talk about everyone. What about all the players as well?
Oh, damn. I know. Struggle. Like, a lot of these players are great in their own right. I know. I think that this is actually a good time to talk about that. Who do you think really is probably the most standout player for you in this lobby?
That's a good question. I feel like before today, I would probably have said either Freak or Lord from Galaxy Racer, but I think that first game they really need to come back swinging for the team.
Yeah.
It's difficult to sort of go outside of Galaxy Racer, because even though they didn't have that great first game, they've had such a phenomenal performance in that first day. I feel like picking outside of that might be a little bit tricky. Have you got an opinion on your side of things?
Yeah, I mean, if I had to pick outside of that, I'd probably go for RICO from K12 or possibly J9 from KURD Squad. I think those two guys have had some pretty standout moments during this first Super Weekend so far. And so pretty much what I'm hoping for is to see some more out of those two guys, because I think RICO is just like, he's incredibly mechanically gifted, it would seem, during these games. Like, his timings are extremely good, and I think it catches a lot of players off guard, especially when he's so aggressive. But you need to be able to pull those things off to be that aggressive. So, you know, how good he is almost facilitates the way he plays. And I think that's really cool.
And to an extent, it can allow the rest of the team as well to play in a certain way, right? When you've got that star player, you just need to back them up every single time, right? So if you've got Rio on the front, in you know, doing whatever he's doing, Rio things, right? And you can just sort of try and play around that, cover the flanks, cover the angles, and make sure that you've got that base of operations set up for that star player to shine.
So quickly back to the map right now. NASR playing a bit of a split down towards Minas Gerais, outside of that crater. So you imagine that they've been playing on the lip of that one for quite a while, trying to figure out where other teams are. In this area, we've got quite a lot of high ground to play around with. Currently, Volt is taking a lot of that high ground for KURD Squad. We know this guy likes to play those off angles. He likes to be their kind of overwatch for the team. Galaxy Racers, they're kind of swarmed around KURD Squad, but this is a very northern shift for a lot of these teams. We don't see many of them playing up towards Trailer Park or La Cobreria or Torre Armada. So these teams have a lot of space to work with. But if I'm on the southern side here and I've been doing my homework, I'm looking to try and get as north as possible without going up towards Oasis, because I know that I'll be in a good spot regardless of what happens, because I don't want to be part of the clumped mass down towards the south. Because no matter how good you are, if you get caught between 3 or 4 teams, like a lot of times you're gonna have to take a fight, and it might not go your way. And even if you do get out, you're leaving with less meds, less ammo, and your gear is damaged, which is never a good thing, especially on Miramar, where a lot of these fights are very prolonged towards the end game.
There's the regroup coming through. Triple Vibes are all 4 stacked on up. Azrael now looking to maybe take the fight here. That just backs off the corner. Falcons and Triple Vibes at the moment pretty close to one another. Just caught an ankle, and I have to fade away just a little bit further. The first knock comes through, and Damar actually taken down, and quite an inopportune position as well. The rest of the Falcons not quite near. So they'll have to rotate if they want to pick that one up. And look at the damage already done to Damar. I feel like you've got to sack that one off in the meantime. Galaxy Racer, they've made it all the way up the top. How on earth did somebody get away with that? I have to wonder, because if Lusail was already at the top there and he spidered his way up on the buggy, how does that happen? Goodness me.
That's what I was thinking as well. Like, there must have been a lot of time beforehand for Hamodi to actually get up here in the first place. So either a seriously good knock came through from the guys on Galaxy Racer, which allowed them to take control of that top side. From R goes down, and now Bumper's going to run out again. This guy's very good on Falcon, but not quite good enough to get out between 2 players. And I think that Falcons may have just given away their lead. With that first knock was really good, and then you can take that time to reassess the situation. Nade goes to the top. iShot's wandering towards it. And Last's going to look for another one here over the wall. iShot's just pre-firing it. Not getting too much about for the time being.
Nade in response, though, from the other angle as the blue envelops. Only phase 2. So we are going to be not super strong on the ticks, but it is a little bit of pressure. You've got to grab some vehicles. You've got to try and stay alive. And if you take a lot of damage, you've got to heal up. What Last's going to have to do for Falcons. Dropping that first aid kit, playing close. Knows there's a player, can't pull the gun out in time. There's a nade instead. Drops it at his feet, but goes down either way. Caught red-handed and will get knocked. First shot's coming on through. One shot. Trying to push through for the rest of the Falcons as well. Never alone. Not living up to the name at the moment as one player stands for Falcons. Goes out wide, looks for the trade, gets one. A lot of damage found as well. And it's a lot of damage being found in the blue as well. So you have to be worried. You have to get the heals, but finally it's dismounted. Azrael stands up and one shot can get rezzed.
There's a beautiful nade in the midst of that fight as well. It did so much damage to one of the Falcon players, which forced him to actually have to heal. And like you said, in that moment where you're slowed down when you're trying to hold off 3 players, it gives so much time for the enemy team to actually push up in that situation without having to fear of anyone firing back at them. There was only just the one player in that situation who could have done anything to slow that push. But yeah, great play there coming through from those guys on Vibes. So honestly, if Vibes can start to make their way through there, they're going to have a pretty clear path into this next circle. NASR, once again, just harassing teams. RT9, obviously this is one of their assailants from last game, where they were in that 3-way fight between them, K12, and NASR themselves. So they're trying to get a little bit of vengeance, but right now NASR are definitely getting the better of them.
Trying to rotate out in the open. Zico not quite wanting to squeeze on that trigger just yet. Flash in the pan, and up goes Rip. They'll lose a player on the northwestern side at the moment. RICO 888, KURD squad. You've got plenty of players. Lusail as well, trying to move on through on that northwestern edge, and could be pretty tricky. Lusail really taking heavy casualties. Just Boyka remains.
Lusail obviously taking that first knock from Hamodi earlier on, which we're still quite unsure how that happened in the first place. So realistically, Lusail probably not going to make it too far from this game. It's going to be a snaking experience from now on. So don the reptile skin, see how far you can get forward. KURD squad, this is a nice spot. It does give you some good sight lines out towards the other side of the map. There's SK Salam. Well, this is a very hefty spray down there. That does not happen every day of the week.
Definitely doesn't. Fantastic spray coming through, and they're able to get the flush. Unfortunate timing there for Lusail, but they still have a player left, and they're going to keep on trucking. Falcons going down early. They won't go out last, but there's still not a lot of points there for them. Triple Vibes getting all 4 of those points as well. That's going to be great news for them.
That it is. K12, they're on the rotate. All 4 vehicles in hand, so everyone's rotating separately, which is nice to see. And RTG just trying to make their way at the moment in time. Messi's just completely out in the open.
Yeah,
you kind of deserve that if that happens. Why is he there?
Was he running? Was he on foot?
Yeah, he was on foot. It was a bit of a weird play in my opinion. But,
yeah,
you know, 6 out of 10. 6 out of 10.
6 out of 10. Oh dear. Maybe 5 out of 10. Come on.
Maybe 5 out of 10 for that one, possibly.
Very reasonable. That's a 5 out of 10 play there. Flush comes on through. NASR actually taking
Nabo.
heavy damage. Nabo somehow gets away with it, but a lot more sails their way as it is Real Tiger 9 to try and... Oh, hang on a minute. It's also Road to Glory as well coming on through. So they're getting pinched just a little bit. Look at that. They're trying to sail straight on through between these two teams. They're giving as good as they get by the looks of things. YaLLa as well waiting off in the wings.
Oh, dear. Look at this shift as well, John. Heads all the way off to the western side.
Oh, dear. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
You hate to see it. What's Ralph doing?
Hate to see it.
Come on. Regroup with Muddy.
Well, this is okay, actually. I like this position coming through from Galaxy Racers because with the way the blue is set up right now, I think that Ralph and Hamodi can quite comfortably sit up there on this high ground and support the 2 guys playing in the compound. Obviously, they might be in a bit of a rough scenario should they get rushed down, but there is help on the way, essentially. So this might be one of those Galaxy Racer plays where I personally think to myself, possibly next circle, it's time to regroup. But I think right now it's absolutely okay to be holding this position because you control so much of this side of the map at the moment.
Molly being chucked on over. Twisted Minds looking to take out Fate. And that's a nice long Molly there. And it's going to really put a dent in the structure that Fate had there. They're being moved completely off the vehicles. The nade to seal the deal as well. And that's going to be Fate eliminated. I don't even know if they had to peek that one.
No, to be fair, Twisted Minds, I don't know who threw the nade, but it rolled perfectly in the smoke. And it's the worst thing to happen for you, especially whilst you're trying to res people, because all you can hear is kind of the nade rolling noise. And you just got to pray to God that it's not near you in that smoke, because you can't see it.
Yeah, it's very difficult to manage. Bombardment goes well as players are getting eliminated left and right. A pretty tricky western shift. Cryptics down to 1 in the meantime. This is on the south side. YaLLa Esports going to be guarding that one out. Only Marshall remains. He was able to do quite a lot for the squad last time around. I mean, he was flying all over the shop, but this time around, last standing for the team and needs to be a little bit more reserved, potentially.
Yeah, and this is an awkward scenario. I don't know why he's shooting at his own teammate, but fair enough.
Just got to put the fear of God in him sometimes. So, yeah.
All right, I'll kill my own teammate, don't worry.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Marshall landed a headshot over onto Calico on the south side as well, with the K9 at range.
That guy's nutty with the snipers, isn't he?
Yeah, he's just getting it done, you know? 1 shot, 1 kill. KURD squad at the moment on the northern side need to push a little bit further south. They managed to get a knock on the threat on their flank onto Hassan from NASR. They're going to have to move through a little bit more. An aid is going to blow everything on up. That's going to be powerful. Be able to take that one down on YaLLa. On the back side. Cryptics get eliminated in the meantime, and that's Hassan getting taken out as well. Miracle now, I believe, is last standing for NASR, if not mistaken.
I think Galaxy Racers also took a knock on the top of the hillside. I believe Hamodi's currently getting him up at this time. Let's take a quick look. Yeah, so Hamodi is picking up Ralph at the moment, so back in business. But now this is where Galaxy Racers have to make a decision of where they want to go, depending on this next circle. Could be really awkward if things head over towards the eastern side, but we'll find out in just 2 ticks. Here's KURD squad. It's aimbot trying to get Rio out of this awkward scenario that he's currently in. He's behind the wall, 1 player at least. Twisted Minds moving up. Twisted Minds versus K12. This is a beautiful fight to watch.
Spray over the top there for Wadir. Not quite able to get the damage in response. Arranged. The spray is nearly there, and it's good. KURD Esports go down. Twisted Minds able to take the fight and win it. YaLLa now trying to get away, trying to move across and disengage from this fight with ABIAH. They don't want to get stuck here. The circle did shift hard southwest on towards that junction that had presence from Galaxy Racer.
Yeah, honestly, textbook play from Galaxy Racer as well. Hamodi immediately makes the rotate down towards that compound as soon as that circle shifts. Ralph stays up on the hillside, which I don't mind. Ralph tends to play like this off angle so often. And with that high ground that it affords him, he can actually play into this map specifically because I think it's just about still within the circle. So anyone actually rotating onto them, they're going to get a heads up alarm way earlier than they might do if they were just holding inside the compounds with the limited viewpoints that are available to me. So you can see him there. I think he knows that RTG is rotating through, gained a lot of information from KURD squad as well, and now he's going to make his way back over to the team. Really beautiful play from Galaxy Racer here.
Okay, one of the YaLLa players does get knocked, but they should be able to get this res. They are on a top of a hill, which means they have quite decent cover here. But the difficulty is that they have to move forwards, and this is going to slow them down. It's going to allow teams to get in front of them, Twisted Minds in the way. You have to be worried about it. A couple of players down the bottom as well, some stragglers and a full unit in the form of KURD squad. Nothing that you can just easily push past. And there you go, another YaLLa player getting knocked, getting flushed. Twisted Minds now starting to try and take this fight, and across the way it's iKURD Esports who are playing spoiler to a lot of these pushes to try and keep moving forwards.
Dummy takes a fair bit of damage there from the grenade. Immediately gets in the vehicle, having none of that one from him. Vigor's a little bit too far forward for that nade to hit him. Now D7 just chilling in the moment. Galaxy Racers do take one knock there. I believe that was from Ralph, who just about got back to the building. But now Hamodi taking shots down towards RTG. That's Road to Glory eliminated. They've had a rough run into this circle, constantly on foot. No vehicles found for them, and that's what makes this so hard. I do believe that is Ralph, but he was making his way down into the building itself. No, Freak got knocked. Okay, interesting. ABIAH also taking so much damage. YaLLa's got a great position on this hillside. The question is for how long? Regardless whether the circle hits them on that side, they will have to move at some point just because they are so much on the edge of the circle.
And where do they go, right? Where do they push through? Real Tiger 9 getting eliminated on the outskirts at the moment, getting taken down. But YaLLa Esports have a difficult decision to make now. They have to get across, but which route do they take here, Blank?
There's really no easy route for them to take. I think right now it's about picking up as many kill points as possible and potentially making it easier for other teams to dismount the surrounding players in this area of the map. Because if they can try and get a third place with the 9 kills they've already got on board, that's a really great result for YaLLa Esports. Again, it's going to have to be a mad dash for them down the building. But Galaxy Racers, they've known that Vibes have been here for so long, and they've allowed them to live because it's only a few players on this side, just the 2 from Azrael, as well as One Shot, and they can deal with them whenever they want. Really, it's a case of dealing with YaLLa, the 4-man squad, as well as iKURD, who are on the hillside.
Well, here comes the big crash. YaLLa trying to swing around and take control of the position that's currently held by Triple Vibes at the moment, but the knocks are coming through thick and fast. Only one of them to fall at the moment, though, for YaLLa, and that's going to bring them down to 3 up and standing. The flush should come through any second now. Nades from up top. iKURD Esports tried to bombard their way through, but the smokes bloom, and somehow YaLLa have managed to sneak it through.
I mean, they're in a terrible spot right now. The smokes are the only thing that's stopping Galaxy Racer from taking down the rest of this team. iKURD fortunately had a position on the hillside where they can actually play from. But Lord, beautiful shot from the SLR, will take down Ali from underneath the vehicle.
Managing to get the shots through and making it work. Calico going down as well. The sprays are good. iKURD Esports really suffering now. They had the high ground, but they didn't move down. If they'd have taken the position that YaLLa's in right now, they might have been in a better spot. But they were the main thing that was controlling YaLLa and making it harder for them. So, you know, swings and roundabouts could have gone either way. At the moment, Triple Vibes are just sort of hoping that no one tries to push them. But at the moment, it looks like Galaxy Racer have other ideas. They're trapped on that side of the road. They don't need to push across just yet, but they might want to.
If Hamodi as well as Ralph haven't spotted Vibes hitting up this compound early on, I think that's a great mistake from them. Just because I think they were so preoccupied with the eastern side where they thought most of the teams were playing from that maybe they didn't spot the guys from Vibes. And right now Galaxy Racers are taking a really proactive position behind the wall. If they push out a little bit too far over the road, they could easily get sprayed down from some of the players from Vibes. They've just got to hope they don't get an immediate knock into the flush. Right now, YaLLa Esports, they're hoping for a second or a third place, but they're getting rattled down from the boys up high.
Very difficult to deal with this. Molotov might just be enough. Galaxy Racer trying to hold it. And there the burn goes through. A nade on top of it as well. And I think that might just be it. Yep, YaLLa go down in 4th. Still 17 points. A little bit of a better showing than we've seen from them so far. Galaxy Racer, though, 8 kills, 4 players alive. They have the wall. And iKURD Esports need to move through. And this is really what's going to dictate the pace of this next circle.
There's a big chance here for Triple Vibes to actually win this fight, because Azrael and One Shot, they're going to be able to watch Galaxy Racers walk across this open road. So unless Galaxy Racers have smokes and know that Vibes are here, then iKURD can take massive advantage of this fight and potentially third party. So Galaxy Racers have to wait this out as long as possible. So unless they move at that very final second, things are bad. So they do know. So it's not... This is really good from Hamodi and Ralph. Now I can confidently say that they know there's players in this position. I could make this play right now whilst Vibes are preoccupied Galaxy Racers. This is really good.
And they managed to get all the way to the building. They're into the Triple Vibes compound right now. One Shot has been spotted around the corner. An excellent swing there comes through as well. And they managed to find the first, looking for more. And how on earth has Hellman managed to get up there? What a lucky turn of events for him, or maybe just incredible skill. But in comes the crash as well from Galaxy Racer. They want to take command of this fight. They want to try and control it. They know that if iKURD Esports get control of this compound, it's going to be a hell of a lot harder than getting across now. You see, they made that crossing. Nade's starting to come through, and Azrael is going to suffer for it now. It's just going to be pitched warfare. Galaxy Racer, 4 players alive. iKURD Esports with 3, but they've got the outside angle with Ali. The nades starting to get cooked here. There's somebody trying to lob them on through themselves. And a nice bit of damage found. Ralph moves forwards. They will communicate this. Ali still looking for the shots. Knows where multiple of them are. Hamodi doesn't quite go down. And the off angle is there as well. They need to be worried about Lord. He's playing around the side. He's pushed through. And they're starting to swarm. It's Galaxy Racer moving on through. First aid kit being popped by Freak. And they're getting crunched closer and closer together.
It's a smart push there from iKURD Esports as well during the setup from Galaxy Racer. Unfortunately, Galaxy Racer have got in position so fast, they might just be able to take this fight. Ralph, the entry fragger, right at the front here, allows so much room for the rest of his team, but iKURD Esports, now they're in a better position.
Galaxy Racer moving on forwards. Ali, though, such a difficult position to deal with, and if the circle goes out their way, which I believe actually it has, this is going to give iKURD Esports a little bit of a boost here. A little bit of a booster, but do they know Ralph's here? They should be able to see that from Ali. They'll know there's a player up top. And that information has been given over. I don't know if Ralph knows there's a player there. He's trying to cook a nade. He might move towards the edge to try and get the shot, and he's going to get knocked. The nade isn't going to have any impact. That is huge. That is a massive sightline taken out.
That was the big clincher as well for Galaxy Racers is Ralph. Now they cannot allow Galaxy Racers to pick this player up, and KURD Esports just really aren't pressing the advantage anymore. They roughly have a whereabouts of these players. With this building as well, it does allow iKURD Esports to isolate those 1v1s with Galaxy Racer as this circle starts to push them together, which would make this 4v3 situation a little bit easier as opposed to on open ground. Galaxy Racer, they're going to be very careful in this situation because this could go from being a secure chicken dinner to an absolute devastating second.
They need to try and take care of these 2 players because at the moment Ali is just such a presence on the outside here with such great cover as well. Has the ridgeline to move forwards to, but just falling back and taking all the sightlines he can. They move up. They move in as a death squad. This is exactly what they needed to find. A great first flush, and they're going to move out to the side as well. The only player remaining there up on top, taking positions the Galaxy Racers wanted to have before, and now it's 2. Holding off against the 4 from Galaxy Racers, but they've got some great spots. The nades almost perfectly lined up there, though, and that's going to be a lot of damage, but no, Ali sneaks away with that one, and Lord goes down in the meantime. A nice play from up on the top there from S-Rod. Now Rolf tries to peek out wide. Galaxy Racer not taking the chance. The drop shot. What are you doing? Dropping down, and that's a free pickup there for Galaxy Racer. They know exactly where Ali is. Looking for the spray. Needs to try and control the pace here. Freak going out, going wide, trying to peek on up behind the burnt out car. Gets the spray, but not quite the damage. Freak playing around this window, playing around this door frame. 2 players from Galaxy Racer are down. A res comes through off the Lord, and they spin out wide. Another knock from Ali, and he's swinging. He's punching, but there's so much weight to take care of. Freak goes out wide, gets sprayed down, and Ali with a 1 versus 1, looking to take on all 4 Galaxy Racers single-handedly. Lord is low with the pan in hand, tries to turn the corner, but they're blocking his way.
Oh my Lord!
Oh, Galaxy Racer are able to take that one home. Just at the end, the players on their knees blocked it out. He went for the pan swing, but in the end, he was denied. Oh dear, you hate to see it. Maybe he ran out of ammo. Maybe he ran out of wits or sense. But either way, what a way to end it.
Honestly, that was a ridiculous ending. We're going to quickly break that down, but first let's check out our MVPs of the match. Jesus Christ, John. Those final moments were unbelievable. There were a few mistakes that were made. I got Lord there, Hamodi, and Ali with the 3 kills, 1,000 damage done. I think Ali played it so well at the beginning of that fight, holding off Ralph on the top side. Because with that play, you know, you stopped Ralph from taking that beautiful off angle, which really gave them so much room to play around with. Let's take a quick look at the round rankings. And in those final moments, Ali able to move in. I feel like he redeems himself because he should have moved up a lot quicker. For Galaxy Racers, they were never going to take that top side position anymore. So Ali could move forward and try and support the 2 guys who are inside the building. Goes for the 1v4, runs out of ammo. And then I have never seen anything like it. Galaxy Racers creating a body wall to stop him from lobbing the pan at the very low health player still remaining in the building. That could have been the most sad defeat if he got panned to death in the final moments.
I feel like that would have been the best clutch of PUBG Mobile Esports.
Oh yeah, without doubt.
We were denied. We were denied that. I mean, we've seen, you know, nutty stuff coming through from players. I mean, what springs to mind is what the Zuxi and Luxi 2 versus 4 to close things out on Miramar.
Yeah.
Over a few years ago now, I think back in Malaysia. And even then, I feel like that would have topped it. Ali moving forwards, moving through that team. And a team like Galaxy Racer as well, who have been on form.
You know, in that situation, I'm mostly disappointed in Galaxy Racer. Just give him the kill. Just let it happen. It's only 3 placement points. Come on, guys. It's all good. But I think that situation is very sad.
Yeah, it's not ideal, but let's take a look at how that's going to do the overall rankings after that match, after the near pan clutch. But Galaxy Racer still dominant in this field right now, 134 points. They started the day on 105, and with that last game, they got the majority of today's points. They had a gap at the start of the day of 43. At the moment, that's bumped up to 53. So they've managed to gain 10 points on their nearest rival, KURD 12 Esports.
Yeah, which is beautiful to see. iKURD, Triple Esports as well, make their way up to 4th place with 75 points. So they're really closing the gap between themselves and 2nd place with KURD 12 Esports. KURD Squad have dropped all the way down to 6th place, so they've not been having a great day today whatsoever. Unbelievable finish, though. I'm really sad it didn't pan out the way that maybe the guys from KURD Triple Esports wanted it to. But it is just unfortunate in the day. I do think it was a mistake, though, from Ali not to move up as soon as he did. But again, kind of redeemed it in those final moments with an unbelievable set of a show that he put on for us, really, in those final moments. Even just the jump around the side of the building, I think those were his last bullets, and it was a case of, I'm out. I'm empty, boys. There's nothing more I can do here.
And it was Lord as well, who's the last player left alive, who had just been rezzed in the meantime. And so he was at the back thinking, like, my guys have got this. This is like a 4v1.
Exactly.
And then he just turns around and does something like that. Like, it's kind of nuts, right? Like, it is kind of nuts to think that sort of thing is possible.
I've never seen a body block before. That's my first time watching that.
I've never seen someone body block a pan, right? Like,
that's, but that's the Galaxy brain right there, which is like, he's going to pan us. Make a wall with the bodies. Do it now. Do it now.
It's like, what is it? It's like the 300 Leonidas stacking the bodies of Persians just to try and hold them off, hold the choke, hold the point. But unfortunately, they couldn't quite break through it. We're going to be going to a short break. When we come back, it's going to be game number 3. Feels like we've had so many more than that already today with the action that we just saw. But we're going to be going back to Erangel. Don't go anywhere.
Mr. DJ.
Hello and welcome back to the PMPL Arabia broadcast. My name is John Allen. With me is Blank. Upgrade performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East and Africa Esports 2021. We're going to be getting into another Erangel match here today after Galaxy Racer nearly didn't, but they did manage to get that chicken dinner on the board yet again, and they're going to earn themselves another $1,000 for doing so.
Absolutely, that they are. I've just wolfed down 2 sandwiches in the short amount of time we had in that break. So,
what was in
if
them?
you guys are watching Arabia, these teams, in the short amount of time, they'll have had to reevaluate what's happened. But if I can eat 2 sandwiches in that amount of time, they can certainly reevaluate exactly what they need to do in these coming matches. Now, I don't really think that iKURD, Triple Esports need to change too much going forward. I think what they did was pretty damn good, to be honest with you. I think in that situation, you really do have to finesse it there because you're on the high ground. There's a lot of decisions you need to make in that situation. And I think they realized that YaLLa Esports, they're going to have to move very quickly to get out of where they were. I think YaLLa Esports did a massive amount of work, and we didn't talk about them too much, but they got a lot of kill points during that game, which is fantastic to see. And I think that going forward, this is the YaLLa I want to continue seeing. They got unlucky with the circle. They had to make a quick decision. Unfortunately, iKURD, Triple Esports, they decided they're going to hold, throw those Molotovs, wait for the grenades, and then take the fight with the guys below afterwards, which is like, it's very much their thinking ahead. And I think that's what you always have to do during these PUBG Mobile games.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. Thinking 2, 3, 4 steps ahead sometimes is really what you have to be looking towards. If we take a look at the overall rankings before we get into game, it would be nice to take a little peek at that just so we have that fresh in our memories. You can see Galaxy Racer with a massive lead. I mean, it felt like KURD 12 Esports were keeping up, but with that last game, they dipped out a little bit early. And so that gap is looking pretty insurmountable for this weekend at this stage. If Galaxy Racer keep on going, they don't even need to do fantastically anymore.
No, they don't. They don't. This is a good spot to be in. And I think we were wondering whether they could keep up that kind of pace, but obviously they're a fantastic team. And there were a couple of moments in there where, I just wanted to, it's completely textbook, playing the 2-2 split on the high ground and then figuring out where they needed to go from there, holding up the compound as long as possible as they did. They didn't take too much space in that compound either. They allowed Vibes to get in, knowing that, we can hold down these 2 spots very effectively and worry about that later, deal with the other teams on the side of the circle. What would be really nice as well is, as we head to our second page here, is to see the match rankings from that last match. If we can get them, if we can't, it's absolutely fine. Just to see how well YaLLa Esports did in that match, because I think that if you come into a match like that when you get a high kill point game, that speaks a lot to yourself, because it's the kind of confidence you do need to carry on during this match. And like I said, Miramar is a beautiful match, a beautiful map to have this on, where you've missed out on that first Erangel game. Coming back to Miramar now, it gives you a lot of time to get back into the groove, despite missing out on that one match. And I think YaLLa performed pretty damn well to get back to it. And they're not far off that first page now.
No, they are pretty close. I mean, that middle of the pack is, in general, pretty tight, and there's a lot of movement from, in between sort of 7th all the way down to 12th, 13th even at this stage. So looking good to maybe try and push back on up towards the top contenders. Might be difficult to overtake Galaxy Racer. I mean, we don't think anyone can do it. So I would I would put money on YaLLa not being able to do that.
No, I would also put money on that too. I think YaLLa, they're in a position now where it's all about catch up. I think they were on 42 points, right, after that last game. Am I correct saying that?
Oh, I can't remember. You've put me on the spot. I can't remember.
Damn.
I know they were on 33 at the start of the day.
Yeah, how do I not remember that? This is wonderful.
Okay.
Second page. Let's go. Let's check them out. Check out where the YaLLa is sitting, and then we can completely figure out how many points they did get that last game, which will put them on that good average going forward.
You can see 55 points there on NASR. There, you can see 55 points in that 7th place, which is sort of the boundary of that field that I was talking about. That malleable part of the scoreboard. So you've got that 55 ceiling, which is pretty achievable for a lot of people, in the 40s. That's, one good and one bad game's difference, right? So you can really start to see people jetting up and falling on down. And actually, even if you look at, 3rd through 5th, that's a pretty tight bunch as well, and within striking distance now of that 2nd place. But then you go over to this other page. Remember, 55 was that ceiling for the central group, and you're really looking potentially all the way down to 12th as a position to be able to jump up to that first page.
Yeah, so as we can see, YaLLa Esports 42 points. So it was a nice jump up of 9 points that last game, which if they can keep going, it's very easy, like you said, to get in towards that top side of the page. It's not the most ridiculous grouping in the world, especially with Galaxy Racers having so many points overall. So I think YaLLa, if they can keep up that kind of performance today, they're going to have a good time.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about keeping up the pace. You can have a slow start, you can not sprint out the line, but as long as you're putting up even, sort of 8-point averages, I mean, ideally you want to be looking around the 10-point average mark, but even if you're putting up not as many as that, you're going to be looking good to get in towards those finals later on at the end of September, the start of October. And that's kind of what a lot of these teams are going to be looking for, right?
That's what they want, right? That at the end of the day, is those finals they want to get into. Just looking at one other team though, it's Lusail Esports, and I want to talk about them really quickly because we've seen some decent rotations come out from this team, and whenever they're on them, they seem to be making safe plays. But they just keep getting caught out, in weird positions. We saw Hamodi find a really nice shot onto one of their players up on the top of the mountain itself. Then quickly, Galaxy Racers find themselves a nice little foothold within Miramar to play off of. I think that it's unfortunate because I actually kind of like a lot of the Lusail's plays. They're just sat down towards the bottom of the rankings right now with I think 30 points. So they've had 2 0-point games right now, which is pretty unfortunate.
Yeah, it's not been ideal for them. I feel like you're right, they're making some good decisions, but they're not then being able to figure out what to do with that, right? They're able to do this first step and not quite able to follow through. And I feel like it's a similar story for Falcons. I mean, we've seen some good positions, some good plays from them, but then they just get picked apart.
I think Bumper from that team is actually really good, so it's a little bit unfortunate here. We are getting our plane path going across from Milton Power up towards Zaki here on the map, so a pretty, I guess, another central-ish plane path for a lot of these teams. Damn, I predicted that perfectly, didn't I? So good.
It's almost like you know the game. Goodness me.
Oh, good job. I'm a first time when it comes to PUBG Mobile. I've never seen the game before.
I believe it.
First time. Oh, wow. Wow, that's really mean. So for Lusail Esports, look, we're going to need to get Carry Boy 12 to start carrying these games. Look, get the big backpack on, put your teammates in it, make it happen, my boy, and make it happen. Look, so
I wonder what happened.
The rest of the teams.
I was just going to say, I wonder what happened to the first 11 of them.
Well, they were the first iterations of Carry Boy. They didn't go greatly. Carry Boy 12 seems to be the most successful so far, but we might see Carry Boy 13 next year.
12 is a fantastic number, to be fair. I mean, it has factors of 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 6.
That doesn't make it a great number, John.
It does, actually. And I could tell you why, but I don't think we have enough time.
I think we will.
Okay, fair enough. Well, if you're looking at a number for a counting system, having a lot of factors is, in fact, a very, very good metric to have, which is arguably why either 12 or 16 in some cases is a very good number for basing a numeral system on, but we went base 10 for God knows what reason. But if you look at other number systems,
we've got 10 fingers. 10 fingers, bro.
but it's rubbish. I'll tell you, it's rubbish because it only has 3 factors: 1, 2, and 5.
Well, 100%, I agree. But yeah, I think it's evolutionary, really, isn't it? That you count
And the
off
more
10
factors
fingers,
you
so
have,
we go
the
by
easier it
ten.
is to divide things into even. It's honestly, it's
Well,
easier. I've done a lot of thinking.
All
about
I'm
it.
saying is that at some point we need to evolve to have 6 fingers, and then we could be base 12.
That's true.
That's true.
That's true.
how it works. That's how it
Uh-huh.
works.
Yeah, it is.
Looking back on this game, though, very quickly, talking about strange maths and evolution and how that all ties into how we count. Interesting stuff, to say the least. But RTG, again, up towards Multipower Lipovka. That doesn't seem like it's going to change anytime soon. Galaxy Racers, once again, they have the entirety of Pachinki. You can see Ralph just like cruising through Pachinki now. He knows that this is his home, this is his territory. No one's going to challenge him in it. So happy days overall for Galaxy Racers going forward. We do have our little scoreboards on the top of the screen right now, our live rankings. You're very welcome, guys. You can keep up to date exactly where your teams are, even during the game, because we do like to treat you guys at home. Don't you worry.
It's because we care, you know.
That's
why we do it.
so much. Yeah.
We do it because we care.
That's a level 3.
Oh no.
That's a level 3, right? That's a level 3.
Oh, that's a 3.
That's a 3 right there. Again on the screen, Real Tiger 9. Again, another team that we've been fairly happy with today. You know, they had a fairly decent performance yesterday. It was nothing that I would write home about, but today it's been much more of the same, which is now something to write home about. Because if you can consistently get towards those top 5 placings, then you're on track to hit some good scores within the Super Weekend and make it comfortably into that top 16. Now, you know, getting these big points here in the Super Weekends is great for making your way into the PMGC with those PMGC points. But again, at the end of the day, if you just want to get into the EMEA finals, you want to make this one of your first tournaments, you want to do decently well, like getting those decent-ish points that will propel you through to the Super Weekends, propel you through to those finals is absolutely fine. A lot of these teams like Galaxy Racers, they've got a big infrastructure behind them. They'll have coaches, analysts, etc. helping them out, and undoubtedly that makes for a better team. But you know, this is a great point to begin your career, to start making waves within the community, and go from there. So again, we said this yesterday at the very, very beginning of the broadcast, which is the case. It's always lovely to see new players, new faces, new names.
And especially, it's always great to see them taking on established presences, right? It's refreshing because it means that the meta doesn't stagnate. Because if you are playing with the same set of 64 players day after day, time after time, you do get to a point where it's not a fully solved game, right? It's not like completely guaranteed to go one way, but in general, you pretty much know what's going to happen in a lot of those situations. So keeping things fresh, fantastic. I think what PUBG Mobile is fantastic at in general. I think is keeping that fresh refrigerator feel as soon as you get into a new game.
Oh yeah, I mean we've had so many of these tournaments as well where we've seen them go one way, seen them go another. These new name teams making huge splashes as they drop into these tournaments, which is beautiful to see. Right now, there's already a few teams that I've not really been paying too much attention to before, which now I know that, you know, these are guys that I need to look at going forward, and I'll be able to reference back to PMPL Arabia Season 2. Now that I've had a little bit of an eyes-on approach of it. So this is great for me, as well as great for these teams. Now we're watching NASR once again. They play down towards apartment school. It gives themselves a lot of comfortability going forward in terms of having all their gear available for themselves. And we'll see the kind of rotates they make, because it looks like they are rotating early, which is the big mistake they didn't. The big mistake they made yesterday, which it seems that they've kind of rectified today. Falcon, though, back on our screen. This is a team that we want to see do a little bit better. Not necessarily because, you know, they are bad, but because we see potential in them. And when you see potential in a team, obviously you want to see them live up to that potential. And I think Falcon has that. They're one of the teams we see so often on the feed that we're given, where they're taking fights, and it seems like they're getting something done. And they win a lot of those fights too. It just feels like later on they don't have any gas left in the tank to keep on plowing.
I mean, they were in PMPL Arabia Season 1. They were the last qualifying, the last team to, they were the, I think, the lowest ranked team who got invited back into this season with, I think, Road to Glory technically only requalifying through the PMNC Egypt that took place earlier. So they are probably, you know, the lowest performing of these invited teams. And it shows in their decision making, right? They've been there before. They've been at this specific level before. And with that decision making, with that experience comes that decision making ability, right? But at the moment, they're not quite backing it up.
No, and I think that if you are a team like Falcon and you have this kind of ability, a lot of times you play a little bit more confident. And I think that is something that we've seen from the way that they've taken a lot of these fights, and possibly they need to take a little less fights, in my opinion, because yes, they win them, but a lot of times they put themselves in an awkward situation to get third parties. They play around Cryptics, and Cryptics are really good at that in terms of third partying. So if you're Falcon, you know, it's just part of the game as well. It's like you need to identify what teams are around you and how they play. For instance, Galaxy Racers, we haven't seen them really third party at all, because they're more preoccupied on better positioning within the circle, scouting. So if you're a team that plays around Galaxy Racers, if you're Falcon, for instance, they rotate through Pachinki, which is great because you know that team isn't going to hang around there. Similarly, you know you play around Cryptics, so don't take an early fight because they're most likely waiting in the wings like some hungry vultures.
I don't know that one.
Oh,
neither do I, Alexa. Sorry about that.
Goodness
Yeah,
me,
I appreciate that, Alexa. You know, I need to stop saying Alexa.
Oh yes, don't say the name. Oh goodness me.
Don't say the
no.
name. She who will not be named in the corner.
Yeah. Voldemort herself.
Voldemort herself, absolutely.
But yeah, there we go. The next shift coming through, it was a Western circle to start things off, but we're going back towards Pachinki and back to basics to try and see if those rotations can come through from that northwestern end. Lusail, we need to see some good rotations here. I mean, that's what you said you wanted from them.
Yeah, I mean, Lusail, they've had these pretty good initial rotations where they get into a good spot, but don't really do anything from there, which is a bit concerning for me at times. And I think that I'd like to see a little bit better from them. But if they can hold on to a spot for just a little bit longer, perhaps things can go better for them in the future. I would like to see a little bit more scouting done from them because I feel that's where a lot of their issues arise from. And it was curious because they play on top of Everest, right, as well, which is seen as one of the best scouting positions to have in the map. So when you're not able to play from that position with some great scouting, I feel like that's just a fundamental mistake in my eyes. So possibly Lusail need to just improve a few things in their market.
K12 at the moment, they want to get away from this fight here on the south coast. They're going to keep on going through. Fate taking control of some of these buildings on the south side as well. YaLLa actually taking a little bit of a scrap with RICO Infinity team. Really getting too much. Some damage found and a little bit more, but it's not more than needed. And they will have to fall back and try and rethink this one. As they do get shot down as well. Fidan with a lovely bolty shot there. We'll be able to find the first knock over onto one of the players from YaLLa.
I mean, that's confusing to me because the way I was about to praise D7 for the way he played that fight, because he's kept ducking up and above that roadside there, which was very fair play because he doesn't want to take an extended fight. He doesn't want to take a too aggressive fight because he knows that some of the players from RICO Infinity team might just pop up on top. Katon gets a little bit too close for comfort and will go down very fairly soon afterwards. Pristigo also looking for another fight onto these two players.
Oh, they just started to come back onto form, and now YaLLa really feeling the pain here, but in comes the cavalry. Powerful around the side, gets some spray down. Two players standing now for RICO Infinity team as they're starting to back it up, drop those smokes, try and stay alive for now. YaLLa regrouping, looking for those reses across the way. But it's not easy indeed. Already one player down, and Fidan will be falling as well. So two players stand now for RICO Infinity team, and YaLLa stands strong.
Yeah, RICO have lost a player already as well, and completely flushed out. So if I'm RICO Infinity team, I don't really want to take this fight anymore. Possibly looking for a better position within the map, because with 3 players, you're going to be struggling to contend for areas. So you need to move early into that position. Oh, come on, Bandai. You must know there's people watching this. Okay, just run him down. That's good.
Okay.
That's exactly what you need.
Got it. Good job. Good job. Nice one.
Yeah, we'll make this easier on ourselves. Let's not walk up and try and shoot him. Let's just do a drive-by. That works perfectly. Next circle about to pop on our screens right now. Galaxy Racers really haven't had to move too far out of Pachinki. Obviously, don't really want to stay in it either because it's going to be a hot spot for a lot of these teams moving in, but it does center up towards there. So perhaps Pachinki is now a little bit more of a area that people would like to stay in. And that's the rundown though, John.
They're going to try and chase this, but they get knocked out the back. Cryptics jump out, hop out, get the damage down as well. YaLLa leaving a player on the hillside. That's no way they're going to be able to get that one back. But what can they do to surround the rest of Cryptics? Their forward player going down as well leaves only the 2 backstop players, and Cryptics are 4 strong. Down to 2, and it's all come crashing down for YaLLa.
I think this is a crucial misunderstanding coming through from YaLLa here, and I do feel for them. Because in that situation, I think that they think that they're chasing down the remaining players from RICO Infinity team. Instead, it's Cryptics with their full cavalry available. So they just drop the pain on top of them. Now, Falcon, again, in a rough position here, John, unfortunately. With 2 players down, just 2 still up, both playing off angle. So if one goes down, there is no opportunity for a revive. Unknown's got the grenade, and it looks good, in my opinion.
Grenade is a little bit short there, maybe a little bit lower on the cook, and it might have found the mark, but there's another one being soon followed up. That wasn't cooked too long either, so it can start to roll downhill. But speaking of rolling down, okay, straight on through, and Unknown's going to bail out as well around the side of the Falcons.
What
no,
are you doing?
What's going on? Unknown? Okay. I mean, sure, why not? There's a player at the back that they need to be worried about as well, but over the top of the hill, KURD squad just roll it on down.
KWT, I think he thought he was the invisible man or something, because he's just out in the open healing. And Unknown, I think, looked at him for a long time because he was like, is that a teammate? Or is that a dude? And I think he really he did like a little double take. He was like, that's a Falcon player. And then
that's
just
a whole
shot
dude.
him. I think he has a whole dude right there. I think he was as confused as we were.
Big dude.
Big dude. And now he's a student on the map.
Exactly.
Yes.
I was just thinking that. You said it.
Sorry.
Isn't that great?
I apologize.
Isn't that great? What?
That's
yeah, you
great.
stole my thoughts. What the hell? Ah, well.
Yeah, they call me the thought thief.
The thought thief.
Yeah, the thought thief.
Try saying that 5 times fast. Oh! Might not be able to if you eat an aid like that.
Yeah, your gob gets a little bit jammed open with a nade in it. So Azrael goes down. Why is this Erangel and people doing things that are obviously going to end in tears?
Well, I've got nothing. I don't
You
know
got
why it's
nothing.
happening.
Yeah.
I don't know why it's happening. It is.
It is. Yeah.
That means we had to watch some
again.
pretty exciting stuff. You know, some good action.
Well, I don't know. Some guy just healing in the field, pretending like he doesn't exist. I don't know if that's good action or not. Vibes now.
Become the corn, you know?
Yeah, they're vying across with the boys from iKURD Esports, the team that did extraordinarily well on our last map on Miramar. Let's see how well they can do here versus Vibes themselves, who are similarly in that very last location with the rest of them. One shot gets very lucky there with that nade. I felt like that was close enough to slam the shrapnel into his side and take him down.
The Pachinki Fields finish is never a fun one. And on the south corner of it, you've got 3 teams currently in Pachinki. The hillside to the west is looking pretty strong right now, but there's 2 teams vying for it. And you can see that on our screens at the moment. Triple Vibes and iKURD Esports, and it looks like Triple Vibes want to just get ahead of the game and get closer to the center.
Yeah, Road to Glory have made it in, which is always a good sign. I do like that. When Road to Glory make it in, though, it means that there hasn't been too much of a fight happening on the eastern side, so we should have a lot of eastern teams. But they do take a player down from KURD squad. Let's see if Road to Glory can kind of win one of their very first team fights. It's one down. Aaron takes a huge amount of damage as well. Zuxi gets knocked down, unfortunate.
That's not very poggers. That is really
No, that's anti-poggers.
It's unpog. Unpog. That's oh, it's a callback. Road to Glory, though, they're still alive. They're looking for the reses. And KURD squad haven't been able to take them down just yet. NASR a little bit further north on this one. The Molotov to zone them away from these vehicles. As the bubbles come through, but they're not quite able to dob them in just yet. Smoke's being popped, biding their time. Not looking to fight out just yet, but they're playing the edge guard. This is what they want to do. Try and stop KURD squad moving forwards.
Unknown's already up to 3 kills here for KURD squad, which is nice. It's nice to see. Road to Glory, they're locked down by KURD squad, and I think it's a great point you made, the fact that, you know, they're dropping these mollies on top of the vehicles. They want to lock Road to Glory in without a chance of escape. Real Target 9, they know they need to get to this little ridge side here, so they have to force the vehicle in. So now they can start to play around the trenches. K12 though, throwing nades over the top, seeing what they can get done. Already catch ABIAH down, who was in the vehicle, took a fair bit of damage before, so that nade just had to tickle him a little bit. Not with a feather, but with some shrapnel.
It's not the sort of tickle you want to find in the morning, is it? But aimbot
Not really.
needs to be a little bit careful, pretty low. In this bunker, needs to be careful.
Oof.
Okay. I was going to say, nades could find their way to him, but it seems like all the nades are outbound from this bunker.
Yeah, now, you know, the guys from Real Target 9, they're throwing nades back towards K12. They want to buy a little bit of time to pick Zico back up. ABIAH now moving across. Really, really scary moment here for this boy, because if anyone peeks over, then ABIAH will go down. Luckily, there is also eyes on K12 in this situation. We are going to get our next circle very soon. iKURD, Triple Esports, they're all the way on that western side. And the circle moves all the way away from Pachinki. And Pachinki feels into more of this fielded area with some trees laid in as well. So it could be an interesting finish.
Plenty of ground, but not many good spots here. They need to be taking control of these bunkers, but it's such difficult terrain to fight against. This is a lot of utility being burned between these two teams, however. So K12 might struggle a little bit later if it finishes in this open field.
Aimbot going down, so finally the nades are coming through from Real Tiger 9. I think the pressure just didn't get put on enough. That could be another nice nade actually. I think Jigsaw might have just thrown it a little bit too short though in this situation. Reaver makes the mad dash, and I think he has to in this situation. Knows he needs to get one more player up on his side. Thinks it better of it actually. Aimbot, come over towards me. Much safer, much safer.
Real Tiger 9 have a pretty good bunker position right now. They've got a lot of lateral movement on their spot, and actually the hillsides are being vied for individually. On the top there you can see Twisted Minds being harried as they try and move on forwards, but NASR trying to sail in as well, coming up against stiff resistance from K12 themselves. The nades are starting to bombard, and that's what you want to see. Just immediately, so much damage being done, and NASR lay claim to the ground.
Moving in pretty quickly as well. Miracle already finds the one, like you said. I think they had a really good backstop there. I think they were just waiting for the fighting to calm down before they moved in. They didn't want to give K12 any moment to take a breath. Reaver with that smoke in the moment will become visible once it drops, so he'll have to keep dropping down a few smokes of his own to keep his position. Still unknown.
Oh, there we go. They found him. Miracle, able to get that final kill. KURD 12 Esports go down in 12th place there. And remember, these guys are the second place team. Galaxy Racer storming out into the lead, and there's a lot of teams waiting in the wings to try and jump up towards that second spot. ABIAH, not going to be one of them, but is going to go down here. A lot of damage being felt over towards Road to Glory, and that nade is doing so much. Oh no. Destiny, please. Messi last standing for Road to Glory, and able to keep them alive for now, but for how much longer? Twisted Minds looking to try and get it done here, and now hops out, Vigor's out wide, drops the shot, and will be able to get the final kill. A sliver of HP, but pays no mind to it. Able to stay alive and rack up a couple more kills. Road to Glory go down again.
Yeah, that's not the drop shot you want to see there, especially when there's cover available for the other player. You can drop shot and get a lot done, but if you're drop shotting in the open and you don't hit those first initial shots, you're just suddenly the easiest target to hit in the world. And realistically, in that situation, Twisted Minds make it look pretty easy. I think that K12 had such a rough time because they opted to go for the center of that bunker. I think taking an area right on the edge like RT9 did is far better because you're much less likely to get pinched. Yes, sure, you have to deal with these lips over the hillside, but you can easily crunch that last team within the middle alongside another team like NASR here.
At the moment, NASR continue to be the ones doing the crunching. Kabayashi takes a little bit from a nade there. A lot of damage being sent either way. The push from the south could be fraught, though. iKURD, Esports need to move parallel to Lusail Esports, as everybody needs to get into the next circle. But even when you get there, you got to be worried about Galaxy Racer dead ahead, waiting in the wings. Triple Vibes as well. Got to be looking for it. Look at that, the lineup of the cars from iKURD Esports. They don't want to let this one down to chance.
Soga heads up towards the northwest, so Galaxy Racer is still found within this one. This is a really easy circle for them, specifically because it's directly on top of their drop spot. Nay's going every which way at the moment. NASR just want to clear out these players within the bunker, but there's so many positions they could be in. They're going to have to nade everything simultaneously. A little bit difficult to pull off. Lusail wanted, now down on the ground. That's fate making it happen, but it will be Galaxy Racer from along the way who will pick up that kill from Lusail. Carry Boy, number 12, trying to make it happen here. Doing very well indeed. So this iteration, like we said, damn good.
Looking pretty good, looking pretty good. No upgrades necessary for now. Well, the rest of his team not looking so hot. Already down. Salam is down and low. Wants to get that buggy into the circle. Already the front tire has gone from it, though. So Carryboy needs to try and figure out something else or try and cross the open ground in a slowed down buggy. Far from ideal, but the ground has to be covered one way or another. Amori spots it out and deals with it. Galaxy Racer keep on going. As Lusail get eliminated as well. Nobody made it from that southern push.
Yeah, they've set up a really good little outpost here with the vehicles on board. Now they can start to peek over the top, find these teams who are crunching and trying to crawl across the actual field itself, whilst also having their backs relatively covered because they've cleared those angles beforehand. So this is happy days right now for Galaxy Racers. Fate, though, in a good position, and I'm happy to see them here. We know that they get those second places, but right now they've got 7 kills on board, which is far better than before. So even if they go down in a third, I'm going to call that a good result because it's a change in playstyle, which was desperately needed. Finally, it's working out here in the third game of the day. Real Target 9 still with 4 players remaining. They have really been in the hell of it over on that side of the bunker, taking fights with K12, now trying to fend off against NASR for as long as possible before they were finally put down. Now they've really got to deal with the other teams within the circle, Galaxy Racer and Fate, who certainly have a lot more gear on board. You can see that that player there, Kabayashi, only had 1 bandage for RT9.
Revives one player stuck behind the pipe. What do you do here? I mean, you just got to hope that another team goes down before you. Try and get as many points on board as you can. But at the moment, it looks like it's a 3-way battle between Fate, Galaxy Racer, and Real Tiger 9. No one wants to make that first move, though.
Not quite yet. I think for Vibes, this is kind of game over. Really, third place would be really nice, but realistically, one of these teams with 4 players alive going down before him is very unlikely. So I think he can settle with the 4th place. Fate now dropping with the smokes from Mar. Yeah, he's down.
Oh,
definitely down. It's happening at some point, where one way or another, really, John.
Yeah,
I like this from RT9 though.
There. They drop out all the smokes. Fate drop out the Wizard Tower there, but Galaxy Racer, they're just in a shooting gallery right now. They can pop up and down on this ridge all day and do so much work against these two teams who both need to move forwards. Galaxy Racer already in this circle, trying to make the break for it, but damage coming from both directions makes it not a trivial matter.
I think here right now the circle very much favouring Galaxy Racer, which is super fortunate. Jigsaw quickly dips behind the side. Ragnarok also very low, and Jigsaw, I think, knows his position. That could have been a great spray, but just a little bit too far to the left here.
Oh, does get spotted. Was a little bit too wide out when he hit the deck there. Position is known, and Fate spray it down. Nicely held, nicely held. Galaxy Racer, they've taken a knock as well, and Fate at the moment looking okay. They're firing on all cylinders and on all targets as well. Looking to try and do a little bit more damage over towards Real Tiger 9. As Lord peeks on up, the rest of Galaxy Racer now back to full fighting force. Can start to move forwards, but nades over the top. Over towards Freak's position. A lovely off angle to try and control Real Tiger 9 here, as well as harass Fate. But we'll have to move in due course. Smoke's being popped down now as Fate try to cover the open ground.
I mean, this little hump in the ground here, it is so beneficial for Fate at the moment. I think Freak is trying to make his way along the side so he can take a shot at Fate on the line, which would be really good. But Zico's, it's going to be very difficult for him to even find a shot onto these guys because they are provided so much cover by this little hump in the ground itself. Ramp moving off to the side, but a beautiful nade comes through. We'll take down Zico now, so RT9 down to just one player. There's no way that Ramp can get up.
Has to stay down, trying over the reses, but look at that. They've got the tag. They're going to know where he is. Looking for the spray. Tries to answer, though, and actually gets a lot of damage over onto a roof. Lord going low as well. They can't quite find him. He hasn't quite gone down just yet, and they have to back off of it. They don't want to keep on going. Finally, though, a nade from Fate seals it, and over the top they go. They're trying to pour towards Galaxy Racer, and now might be the opportune moment. The heals did end up coming through, but it's 3 versus 4. Open field, moving in. There's the molly, trying to get it as far as possible. ZD zone Galaxy Racer away. Stop them from going straight on forward. Stim up, get heals, but Venom goes down.
Yeah, Freak just spots that in the nick of time. Now just the 2 players from Fate, and realistically, they need some of those great nades they shot over towards the guys from RT9. Another player down. This is all but over.
Galaxy Racer seal the deal. Fate fall. And in the field, yet again, it's Galaxy Racer to get a chicken dinner. I mean, these guys are on a tear, and to be fair, you know, this is the same roster that came second in the EMEA regionals last time around.
Yeah.
And they played under guns last time, and they are just absolutely wrecking face here again. It seems like that first game was a little bit of a slip up.
Yeah, honestly, I think that first game, they struggled because they got themselves into an awkward position, and it was hard to push out from there anyway. But they've brought it back straight away, and I was really wondering if you can keep up this kind of like hectic pace where you are pretty much got fires behind the wheels, and it looks like they are right now. And I'm impressed. I am impressed, but I'm also very impressed by Fate. That was a really good control of ground from the Wizard Tower itself. Also, they used the smokes. It was great coordination. They all ran over the hump at the same time, so it's very difficult to pinpoint a target from anyone in that situation and actually locate them and go for the fire where you're all taking fire at one time. So it is a good play from Fate. Unfortunately, with the 3 players, it just doesn't come to bear versus Galaxy Racer.
And you know what? Fair enough. You managed to get a lot of work done. Let's take a look at the rankings after that game. We'll see what the points are saying. You can see that in this game, Galaxy Racer 25, Fate 23. And I feel like that's kind of how the game felt, right? Like that point score is pretty representative.
Yeah, I mean, this was good from Fate. And honestly, RT9, I love the position they took in the bunker. And they had a real tough victory over K12. And then subsequently versus NASR as well. They were really just trying to hold it down as long as possible. And unfortunately, they're in a position where they get to the end of the game and they just have nothing left in terms of utility to actually help them push out into those final fields. Galaxy Racer certainly got the circle the entirety of that game, but they chose the best place in that circle and fought for it. And it was hard fought for, so they could hold on to it for as long as possible. 4th place will have KURD score with 11 points, so great to see these guys back on form, back in 4th place. It's not the most amount of points in the world, but it'll do.
It's not ideal, but it is more points at the end of the day. You're right. Let's take a look at the list of MVPs after we've taken a look at that final page of the points. And coming through, look at that. It's Fate really being the headline here.
Yeah, Life had an absolute game of his life here. Indeed, Ragnarok as well with the 4 kills, 737 points damage done, and Freak with 4 kills as well as. I think that realistically, Galaxy Racer are just really good in those final finishes. I think Freak and Lord have one of the best pair of eyes between them, because they are able to spot people like literally they spot a pinky of a toe and they're immediately on you like a pack of dogs. So it's very stressful to play against these guys in those final moments because they have a very good idea of where you are going to be in that circle.
Yeah, it's very difficult to maneuver under those conditions. Let's take a look at what's that's done to the overall standings. And surprise, surprise, first place. Oh, look at that. It's Galaxy Racer. Wow. But more surprising, second place, Real Tiger 9 with the overtake.
Oh yeah, 90 points now. And I mean, we mentioned Real Tiger 9 at the beginning of the day, and I'm pleased to see them here. I think they were performing well yesterday. Great placement points, and just slowly making their way up the leaderboard with the kill points on board. So they're really coming into their own today. Twisted Minds still just managing to grasp this position in 5th place. But look at that. 3rd place, 83 points, and 6th place, 79 points. So really that grouping is getting very, very tight towards the 2nd to 6th place. It drops off quite heavily down towards the 7th to 8th with 66 and 61. And then I imagine it's even worse on the next page.
Yeah, you still got that first page bracket of, I think it's 7th down to 12th it was last time around. That was sort of going around there. I think it was 65 at the top there in 7th. And now this is starting to spread out just a little bit as we get those averages start to come through. We get that grouping up towards the top. That will end up evening out, but for the time being, there's a little bit of a plateau that seems to have happened over there. It'll be interesting to see how that develops, of course. A 50% win rate, by the way. That's a fun statistic for Galaxy Racer. On the 8 games they've played, they've won 4. And that's $4,000.
It's pretty ridiculous already. So they're going to be very much celebrating. RICO Infinity team there as well, doing fairly well. But it's Triple Vibes I want to talk about in 8th place, 9th place, sorry, on that second page. I think they probably are... they're kind of like our median team, right? Because they're right bang in the middle of all these teams at the moment. They play as we expect a very average PUBG Mobile team to play, and that's not an insult, by the way. That's actually probably a compliment, because I don't think I've seen them do anything extraordinary, but I don't think I've seen them do anything badly either. I think it's a case where they've got a little bit unlucky, but they're playing to all their advantages that they're being given, but they just don't have these standout performances. So they're just playing to their strengths, which is absolutely fine in my opinion. It's one of these teams that you will see grow as the time goes on so far. So happy with Triple Vibes' position at the moment, and I'm excited to see where they will be at the end of the Super Weekends after week 3, because this is all about growth of teams and experience.
They're sticking to core fundamentals, and that's fair enough. Yeah. I like to stick to core fundamentals myself, and one of those is going to break between games. We're going to do that right now. We'll see you in a minute. Fundamental. Hello and welcome back to the PMPL Arabia with Nono Live, PUBG Mobile Pro League 2021 official media partner. My name is John Allen. With me is Blank, and we have Sanhok on the cards. We're ready and raring to go back to the jungle.
Well, that we are. So currently RT9. I started at a really damn good pace here, all the way up to second place. And, you know, we talk about a lot of very important things in our death segment. Obviously, before it was the 2 sandwiches. This time, it's about big, fluffy pancakes. And the hope is here that we will not have flat pancakes in terms of RT9, and they will not fall flat on their face during Sanhok, because that would be a disaster. I think with their aggressive playstyle, they can make something really, really good happen here on Sanhok itself. They just need to be cautious. I think the way they rotate into specific positions where it allows them the most movability to actually get out of that position is very, very astoundingly good. And I would like to see more of that, especially on Sanhok, where positioning is so important.
It is, absolutely, but it's also very fast-paced, and you need to be able to get into new spots as fast as you can. You know, you need to be dashing about, making moves when you need to be there, and you need to be.
I don't think this is the move, though, is it? Really? Come on,
you can't tell. Don't tell me what the move is or isn't. I'm very.
You're moving Buki.
Self-conscious about it. Hey, look. You can't tell me I'm moving Buki.
I'm gonna use London terms right now.
You can't. You're not. That's my word. You're not allowed to.
You can't reclaim that word. That's ridiculous.
That's Buki. No, Buki's me. Buki's all me. I invented it.
Did you?
Yeah.
I would think you're more bougie, to be fair.
That's a fair assessment.
Thank you. See, yeah, okay. Anyway, moving swiftly along from Bougie and Buki, which we'll get into later if you guys would like to know more. We can set up a helpline, and we will discuss all the weird and wonderful English terminology on that helpline as well. But I will not be answering any of it. It will be all going to John's voicemail. In this game, though, we are waiting for some of these actual teams to ring up some good points, because some of these teams desperately need it. We're looking at YaLLa, obviously. They would love to get some more points on board and head up towards that top side of the pack. We were saying right at the beginning of the broadcast, and possibly just after the first Erangel, that there were a lot of positions on that first overall ranking page where it was quite available for people to slip into it, because it was around about the 50-point mark. Now we're having it so those leaders are starting to run ahead in that top 6, around about that towards that 70 to 80. Not including Galaxy Racer, who are on a whole different dimension at the moment in terms of point scoring. That they will most likely keep up as well. I don't see that changing anytime soon. But yeah, I hope to see someone else win $1,000 for the winner chicken dinner. Like John said before the break, 50% win rate is pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, if you win 50% of the games overall, that's worth what, half of. You can't win 50% of the games technically, because there's an odd number of games. There's 45 games, but give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they're going to win 23 of those. That's $23,000 you get just from those games.
Oh, did you say 23?
Yes.
No, you're a glass
45 games
half
total.
full type of guy. I like that.
I mean, sure, 22. That's still $22,000, which is still a lot of money to take home.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's the glass half empty approach.
Well, we're going to be heading over into Sanhok. The plane is in the skies once more. Take a look at that lovely pink skirt to see them into the jungle. Not too sure how well that blends in, but they'll be all right, I'm sure.
It's got this is the flower suit, right? So it's got like the vines and stuff on the shoulders. So I think that if you crouch down, maybe you would actually, the pink tutu is the trade-off in this situation. That when you're prone, perhaps you blend in a little bit more into those bushes anyway. Looking at the map, though, obviously we don't really care about the plane path because it doesn't matter too much. Most teams being able to get into their positions quite quickly and smoothly. RTG heading off to the east side of the map again. East side gamers, we like to see it. But they will also get an east side circle, so they're going to be pretty comfortable going forward. So we're very much on this eastern island at the moment, and most of these teams that do play towards Painan, as well as Sami, will have to move across these bridges. I'd imagine RV is going to try and hold down Painan as long as possible. It's a great position to get a lot of information, but YaLLa is just a little bit late.
Just a little bit. So try and speed that one up. A little bit of a scuffle going on at the moment. YaLLa Esports on the hot drop with Twisted Minds. sounds like a novel by J.K. Rowling, but I promise you, it's the current game. And the first knock and kill will go over to YaLLa Esports.
That it will. That it will indeed. Twisted Minds, not too happy about that because they were going for the 2-2 split, and this is the first time we will actually see Bootcamp be contested for during the Super Weekend. I know we've only seen Sanhok once, but yeah, I was a little bit sad that we didn't see anyone contesting for Bootcamp itself. With the massive amount of loot it does provide, it gave YaLLa a great little starting point for themselves, and this time Twisted Minds will have to fight for it. YaLLa with 1 point on the board, and that's 1 extra point available for themselves towards that first place on the overall rankings leaderboard.
Hitting the deck, trying to regroup now. Twisted Minds, you can see Dammy just trying to skirt away as best as possible. YaLLa doing okay, but powerful in a potentially sticky spot here. Needs to be careful. KURD squad pretty close. They've got 2 players within striking distance here.
Yeah, so we did actually see another knock there come through. I believe that was actually from Team Fate over towards K12, which is a little bit unfortunate. K12 not been having the greatest of games today. They've been letting other teams get the better of them, which is a little bit unfortunate sometimes. Again, it's the same saying as gave to YaLLa yesterday, which is some days you just have bad days. And until we get towards the second Super Weekend, it's going to be really hard to determine who and which teams are really performing well and which teams are kind of consistently down towards the bottom. So Lyth does pick up that final kill onto Tiger from K12, which will leave K12 with just the 3 players remaining, and they'll have to go on without him.
Sanhok has always been the map where you want to keep. If you keep all 4 players alive, you're really looking good towards the end, right? So losing a player this early, far from ideal for winning the game. It sort of limits your potential scoring ability to around that maybe 3rd to 6th place positioning, which is far from what you want. I mean, obviously there will be exceptions to that, but in general, keeping all 4 alive will get you more points in the long run.
I absolutely will. I think
that sounds like a no-brainer, right? But like, it just has
no. Here on Sanhok, it's a lot more difficult, right? I think that you need to be very cautious. This guy's got matching skins. That's a cool guy right there.
It's a cool guy.
Yeah, having 4 players alive, yes, it's a no-brainer, but it's one of those things where you can opt to take fights early. I mean, we saw Twisted Minds drop on Bootcamp. Now, you're kind of asking for trouble when you do that. So you need to be confident to win that fight in this situation. Now they can kind of hold down on the outside, wait to see where YaLLa go. YaLLa has to be cautious the entire time whilst they are looting, which is a bit sad for them, but they'll deal with it, I'm sure. We're making it towards the end of the game. It's a series of decisions that you have to make in Sanhok, when to be aggressive, how to be aggressive, and when to just back off to make sure you have that 4 players remaining. Whereas on Erangel or Miramar, for instance, you can be a bit more aggressive and hope to make it through because there's not that ever-looming chance of having a 3rd party coming your way.
Falcons a little bit split. Lusail as well in the wings, but no one really going for these early scuffles apart from that boot camp and the skirmish between K12 and I can't remember actually the team that was taking them on. I think it was Fate. Yeah, it was Fate who got the other point. Of course, I could have looked at the side there, and that would have given the game away. But the Northwestern Island pretty empty right now. Yeah.
Keep yourself sharp. That's fine. I agree
failed.
with that. You did fail the test, but in doing so, your mind was to the whetstone.
I don't like the sound of that. I'm keeping my mind firmly away from any whetstones.
I'm going to be sharper in your mind of the whetstone if you like it or not. All right.
That's okay, right, cool.
I'm going to use a rough whetstone, and then I'm going to use a smooth whetstone.
And then an even smoother whetstone that is actually just a rubber from school.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Now I don't like the analogy.
Now there's little rubber bits all over the desk. What are you going to do about it?
Oh, and in your mind.
Ooh, don't want that. Don't want that. A knock comes through, and Twisted Minds need to be a little bit sharper themselves at the moment. 2 players gone down already in boot camp. It's not gone well for them. There's a team up top. This is Real Tiger 9, the team that has started to accelerate towards the tops of these tables. And they're doing pretty well. They're looking for more, and they're finding these shots.
I mean, Twisted Minds would actually love that rugby you mentioned now to erase some of the mistakes they've made during this game. Twisted Minds down there with Dammy. So quite a heavy hit earlier on, and now 3D1 also in an awkward position. I think that making your way out of here now is rough because YaLLa's already making the decision to leave. Like, they don't need to remain in this area anymore. And whereas Twisted Minds would have loved to be able to third party or at least get the jump on them, now they've the ones who've been spotted. A depressing time to say the least.
Up the top. Real Tiger Knight spreading out a long base of fire there. Should be pretty happy with it. They don't really need to move too much. Of course, the circle falling a little bit to the east of the island means that people will have to move sort of around that direction. But in general, no one's going to be pushing through and around the boot camp hills, right? You're going to see a lot of people breaking around that headstone.
It's true. I mean, most of these teams just happy to spot places. And you can see here, RICO Infinity team, they have a clear idea where KURD squad is. They also have a clear idea of where the enemy team behind them is as well. So they're just keeping everyone at bay for the time being. I believe it is maybe just SK-Tum here on his own for RICO Infinity team. But this is where the majority of the action is happening. And YaLLa's trying to figure out how they can leave effectively. And I think that the reason that they're sticking around is that they want these kills from Twisted Minds. But in my opinion, just leave. Like, there's another team here as well. Like, chances are you're going to get spotted, and then suddenly two teams know your location. No longer becomes as fun.
Less fun being had by all, and there we go. A couple of shots being given back, and actually Zico goes down on the rooftop. But, you know, at what cost? You're taking damage going in. You know those reses are going to come through for Real Tiger 9. No one's really threatening that position. It's going to be very, very hard to maneuver. You can see now the map on your screens. Galaxy Racer Southwest. Central positions being really heavily contested right now. At the moment, RICO Infinity Team, KURD Squad, iKURD, ABIAH Esports as well. All trying to hold on. And look at that slap bang in the middle. It's Road to Glory, trying to figure something out and stay alive.
This is the best chance for them. Nice shot coming from RICO Infinity Team. They're taking two fights at once. One with K12 and now one with KURD Squad. So they're making a lot of enemies. But the enemy of your enemy is my enemy.
Wait.
Look, it's the Battle Royale. It's the Battle Royale saying.
Okay. Yeah. I get it. I get it now.
You get it now?
Your enemy is my enemy, and we're also enemies.
Yeah, exactly. So we're just fighting everyone right now. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm glad. To be fair, I'm actually glad you picked up on that because if you didn't, I would have been like, "Where's Jonko?"
Yeah. You know what? Pedantry is one of my signature trademark maneuvers.
It's my signature move.
Actually.
No, you gotta get the actually.
Actually, there's an SH in there somewhere. But at the moment, RICO Infinity Team taking some punishment from all across every which way. Trying to stay alive. KURD Squad moving away from the fight around Barn. It's a very tricky part of the map to get around. I mean, I can feel Kalaris already whizzing around, spinning in, well, not his grave, he's not dead, but his in his desk chair, I guess.
Yeah, it is.
Wherever he's sat right now.
Yeah, whatever he's doing.
Good old James.
Good old James. We missed Kalaris. That is
emphasis on the old. That is very cruel.
Wow. Can you stop going on Kalaris? I gave you a chance to get out, and then you were like, "I'm going back in."
Nah, he's rubbish.
Yeah.
No, he's a lovely
sending
man.
this clip to him now.
Yeah.
Oh, stop it! You've made your bed. Now lie in it.
I'm sure we can come to some accord.
Maybe. See you in the voice chat later.
Catch you in the voice chat. How about that? Looks like they need a voice chat of their own. It's Real Tiger 9 duking it out with Lusail. Maybe they're going to need to figure it out, get a peace breaker. Broker. That's what I was looking for. In the midst of it all. All four of them stay alive in Real Tiger 9. They lose a player.
A little bit unfortunate. especially in Real Tiger 9. We were talking at the beginning of this game how, we'd like to see them do well. We know they can be quite an aggressive team. Positioning is on point. Hopefully they can continue this going through, but 3 players again, it does make things slightly more awkward. They are just making the crash, though. They lose Kabayashi in the process. Now, Lusail, they're going to make the mad dash towards them, knowing there's only 2 players alive. There is a backstop, though. There's a lot of pressure now on Jigsaw to make this one happen versus the many players ahead of him.
Trying to swing out, but being controlled right now, suppressed. And the Firemore opens up to try and chomp his ankles, but he's able to run away from that one. Stay alive for now.
Oh. Shoot him!
Sid cooks the nade. This is big. This is big. Oh, a good cook. That's going to be good. Oh, perfectly seasoned there. Jigsaw tumbles.
What is Zico
not going to be able to put those pieces
situation?
back together. No idea.
What are you help your teammates! Come on, Zico. You're meant to be the backstop. He's like just not even watching a guy just wander out with nade.
He didn't hear the first syllable, and he heard Zico stop.
Yeah.
And so he stopped playing. Stopped playing the game.
Yeah,
but the circle shift comes on through. It's on the north side of the quarry, so rotates need to come on through, and that might prove to be a bit of a hotbed of action on the northern end of that quarry.
Oh yeah, I mean that's an awkward area to play. You've got a lot of verticality involved, but most of the times where the verticality becomes a problem is when you're stuck in the ditch of that quarry and you've got a few teams around you. But sometimes that's the only approach you can take from the south side, because there's nowhere really else to go, because you're worried about getting caught in a traffic jam on either side of there. Falcon now moving to the top side. This is classic Falcon though. It's like they scout, get towards a Falcon position, get perched up there, and then immediately get dismounted. It's a little bit upsetting at times, but we'll see if they can change things up right now. RICO, Infinity Team, they've been slowly picked apart as this game has gone on by KURD squad, and now just press to go, I believe, is remaining for that team off the compound. You can see him down in the bottom right. Fate also within a compound of their own, and Falcon on that line up towards the hillside.
The Falcons perch, precarious and overseen, but they have a good baseline of fire. Look at that on the minimap. They are really nicely spread out for fights towards the southeast and the northwest. Could be tricky if someone tries to eke their way in on the sidelines, and they are actually going to move a little bit further away. They don't want to hold this line for too much longer. And I feel like you can't, and Sanhok's that sort of exception that we were talking about earlier on, is that you can't be holding these spots down for an extended period of time. It almost never goes well. There's a few exceptions on the map. I mean, you'd look at like the cliff sides on the northwestern island and a few other places, but in general, it's going to be bad news bears.
Yeah, it's basically a brief moment of respite, right? For a lot of these teams where you move to a position, you take a breather, and then you move on after you've gathered whatever info you can. Galaxy Racers, they're on the move once again, trying to rotate past the blue. There's K12 in the distance. Luckily for Galaxy Racers, this is a team that was heavily pushed down upon by Fate earlier on, so there's not many players still alive. Just 2 there, and Reaver's trying to make his way through. Aimbot finds the first kill. Now we're into a 3v2, so there is a potential here. Galaxy Racer just flies straight on past Hamodi on the ground. Freak did stop up though. Gonna try and pick Ralph up again. Remember, we do put a massive emphasis on the fact that having 4 players alive is really good. Rio here too. A massive pin in YaLLa's plans yesterday. See if we can do the same to Galaxy Racer.
They should be able to get this res. Needs to be healed almost immediately. Phase 3, it's still doable. And you can still make it happen as long as you stick it, as long as you are aware of what's going on. But at the moment, K12 biding their time. And actually, Hamodi moving forwards is an excellent position for Galaxy Racer, because they know that these players haven't left, right? They know the info, and they know that they are still being watched, still being guarded. And Hamodi's just biding the time as well.
Well, I think that the reason Hamodi does this is because he needs to, like, they can't stop their approach in the vehicles. They just need to get to the new position. And if Hamodi stops, then the position where they got to beforehand could already been taken. So all they're doing right now is having Hamodi out wide so that they have someone to, I guess, drop onto. Because he's thrown at the line, and now really the rest of Galaxy Race, they just need to follow it.
Shots ringing out, but out go the Galaxy Racers. They can swing out wide, try and stay covered from those sight lines, and they're just moving well. Rio, I feel like you need to take that spray. You need to take those shots over towards Freak, because at the moment now you're trapped behind Galaxy Racer. They've taken vehicles. They've really cut off a lot of those lines of ingress.
Yeah, I'm actually very surprised that Galaxy Racer have managed to find themselves 4 vehicles as well. These guys are rotating real quick through this map at the moment, especially for Sanhok. They are coming in very close contact to NASR at the moment.
Oh, sorry. I think I cut out there for a second, but I am back. We're looking good, and at the moment, NASR taking the sprays over towards Galaxy Racer as they try to move on through. So is pretty much everyone else that can lay eyes on these guys, and fair enough, they're one hell of a prize to be able to claim, and they're going to be able to sail all the way through of the center of the Cryptics compounds right now, and maybe try to crash onto them, but Ralph has to keep on going. This is Hamodi and Ralph on that front guard. They found a spot here. I have no idea how they've managed to get all the way through, but look at this Lord isolated from the rest of the team now.
Yeah, he's struggling. I mean, it's very doubtful that they will ever regroup again. And the best thing that Lord can really do for the rest of his team right now is to provide information. Ralph gets down, immediately flushed by KURD, PMPL Esports, and that's Hamodi going down too. So terrible, terrible circumstances there for the guys from Galaxy Racer, who have made the most ridiculous mad dash from the southwest side of the island up here. And now just freaking Lord alive.
Shots starting to ring out in the hills of Sanhok, and this is the chaos that you come to expect from this map. The north side, very difficult to move through at the moment. 2 teams trying to push on down. The western side, treacherous as you try to cross that quarry. Falcons trying to move on in past KURD squad, and it's just no quarter being given. On the southeastern side, K12 still trying to heal out in the blue, trying to stay alive as long as possible. KWT takes a knee.
KURD squad Mimi, I think this is the first time we've seen this guy. Might have been a couple of other matches, but he's dropped in now. They will just finish this one. He's down.
Hey, they just want to be sure. Just want to be sure. You know?
But what if he's got a gun?
What if he's... But what if he... no, well, no.
Just get in there.
Nade's coming over the top there from Cryptics. So look quite good, but only a tickle of damage there. Maybe going to stop that res. Maybe going to halt that one. Going around the side. They should know there's still players there, but Helmend looking to get the res here. I don't think this is a resable phase at this stage anymore, so maybe staying there is a little bit of a folly. Helmend needs to get the heal off, and it's pretty crucial. Gallagher will just go down and go dead as well. Helmend picks up those meds to try and stay alive as long as possible.
That might have been Freak chiming in there onto Gallagher. That is the play zone that takes him down. Freak will also fall to his knees. Now Lazy Boy moving up around the side of our lead. Did so much good work in that last game versus Galaxy Racers, but it will not be here. The Cryptics making a great push here from either side.
A lot of teams starting to fall now. 12 alive, 26 players, and that puts you at only 2 players on average per team. This is a really low man count team game at the moment. Lusail Esports do get eliminated. Lord is on the outskirts there. Look at this road to glory getting peppered down by the Cryptics, who've been on the warpath so far. Top kills in the lobby at the moment. Only 2 teams with 4 players alive. It's Fate and Cryptics, who are still trucking at full volume.
Cryptics with 4 right now. Moving their way through Sanhok very, very calmly right now. Just taking fights which way in the next. Lord off in the distance for Galaxy Racers. Actually, funnily enough, this poor lad got left behind, but turned out to be the only remaining member. Does take some shots over towards Marshall. Isn't able to get the kill though, and will be finally flushed out. I don't know about that. I guess you try and get 1 point, but he just doesn't hit the shot fast enough, sadly. RICO Infinity Team have 1 player in a compound in this map, and he's playing versus Vibes right now. Takes down Woody Nazrael. This man is holding down the fort.
I mean, fair enough. And in the meantime, by the way, KURD 12 are still alive. They still have their player down in the town, and they're looking to try and heal this one out. Maybe trying to get on their feet and walk very, very slowly towards the zone. Can't see it on the minimap because it's that far away from the current proceedings. Marshall trying to hold it out. And at the moment, it looks like Cryptics might just have the lead here. And I feel like it's very unlikely that anyone's going to be able to take this one away from them. Everybody down to just 1 or 2 players. Fate low. Nades could seal the deal. 3 kills only on Marshall as well for the squad.
Yeah, Batika right in the middle of this circle. And I think he's feeling fairly pressured right now, and he's like, everyone is going to be coming from my spot, aren't they? And he has to be looking around in a 360 degrees angle. Miramar here with the ghillie suit, last player for Vibes as well, and this is very typical Sanhok fashion. Fate would love to get a high placing during this map as well, John, just purely because, you know, that last game went so well for them. Can they recreate the same kind of results here on Sanhok? Was it just a fluke last game, or is something going very, very well for them?
And with KURD 12 Esports going down, with Real Tiger 9 going down earlier as well, it's their chance to try and vie for that second spot as well. They need to add up on those points. YaLLa, 1 player alive, and he's in the blue. Needs to get a shimmy on a little bit faster. RICO Infinity team, their remaining bastion, will manage to make that sneaky cross as well. But for now, it's tricky going for everybody. Fate getting peppered and damaged from every angle. And it's so hard to make that push. Fate get eliminated, and they will not have the finish they were looking for. YaLLa eliminated as well on that northern throw. And Cryptics just moving through the rest of it. I cannot believe that Batika has lasted this long. Spots Marshall going out wide and gets taken down finally, leaving us with 3 teams alive. Triple Vibes have 1 player left alive, and Marshall goes up on high, spots the helmet. That's an easy spray. And that's going to be RICO Infinity team with the last player to stand. Cryptics take with 13 kills, looking for that 14th. What can be done here for RICO Infinity team? I feel like it's last chance saloon. Swing out with a micro Uzi. What can you get done? And the answer almost certainly is going to be naught. Swaps the weapon out, and that is going to be it. Cryptics take the chicken dinner. Sanhok.
Really good stuff from Cryptics. And I felt like it was one of those situations where you have basically 5 separate 1-player teams in that final situation, and it's a case of no one's going to help each other, are they? No one's going to help each other, and it's just like, who can survive the longest? And I think RICO Infinity team are going to be very happy with Prestigo's result in this situation, considering he was basically almost one of the first teams where they lost majority of their players. We are going to go to our round ranking right now, and then after that, we'll check our MVPs.
There we go. We're going to take a look at the top of the tables. 29 points. But after that, it's quite close. All the way down to, well, even this whole page is a pretty even descent after Cryptics were able to rack up those points. Fate with 11. That's good news. YaLLa with 10. And that's a solid entry. That's what they were looking for here.
Yeah, this is good from YaLLa. I mean, they managed to survive for a fairly long time as well there, John, in those final circles. Realistically, Bandai couldn't do too much there. Perhaps he could have taken a shot over to RICO Infinity team's last player, Prestigo. But how is he meant to know that there was 4 other 1-player teams in this lobby? So he takes a shot out, he immediately gets traded. Unfortunately, that wouldn't have been the case. But, you know, I think he played it correctly with the information that he actually had. Fate Esports, unfortunately, not able to really get too much done. A little bit unreactive to that final circle, as Cryptics were really, like you said earlier on, they were on a warpath. They were really on a little warpath.
Oh, hello. I think I'm back. Okay, fair enough. There we go. And Galaxy Racer are looking a little bit worse for wear, but you said, Blank, that, you know, their play style might not have suited Sanhok. So, you know, fair enough. They've had another slip up here, but with the record that they're on, I feel like, you know, there's no stopping the train here.
I mean, there was a ridiculous play they made, which was get to the northeast side of the map and try and find an entry. But you're basically working with no scouting available to you, so it's a really hard push to make. But honestly, a bold play, and if it did work out, it would have been amazing to watch. And I think that you don't really see many teams trying to go for innovative plays like that too often, anyway. So I was happy to see it personally.
Let's take a look at our MVPs from that game. We're going to be loading on in the list, and it's a rainbow here. Marshall wanted, Prestigo as well. all from different squads. 6 kills, 606 damage. That's a lot of sixes. Gotta be careful.
That is a lot of sixes. That's a scary amount of sixes, guys. We don't want that. We want 675s. We want to be close to the 666, but as just a little bit far away. We want to be teased with the 666. I don't want it though.
Ooh.
I don't want it. Wanted, however, did get 4 kills. Pressed to go with the 2. Again, RICO Infinity team. They're going to be really happy with their boy on that team itself, because he was able to get them a lot of points just in terms of placements. When a lot of times RICO Infinity team, they've been much more focused around kills.
Yeah, a little bit more focused that way, but maybe Sanhok is their baby. Let's take a look at the overall standings to see where they ended up and what's happened towards the top as well. Galaxy Racer still in first. Fair enough. Real Tiger 9 hold on to second for now. KURD Esports dropping down to 4th over the day. They've lost 2 of those placements. Not really too much more shuffling going on this front page.
But at least KURD Squad, KURD Esports, and iKURD Esports are just 1 place away from one another now. The Banda Brothers back in action. Twisted Minds, 6th place. That's where they belong. That's where they're staying. They don't want to go anywhere else right now. Fate Esports up to 7th, and NASR just hanging on to that 8th place right now, with Batika making a pretty damn good play in the center of that circle, despite being under so much pressure when everyone was running towards him.
I feel like he might have been able to hide in the grass for a fraction of a second longer and maybe get a couple more points towards the end there. But either way, we'll be going down. Triple Vide's topping the second page right now on 69 points. That's nice. RICO Infinity team a little bit further behind with their performance in that last game, Blank.
Their performance in that last game came second, bro. Come on. Don't be saying that.
Yeah, they're going to be able
rude.
to do better and move up. That's what I'm saying. They did well.
Yeah, can they get first place? Oh my god, look at this guy. He's just demanding perfection all the time. Triple Vibes. Yeah, Triple Vibes are actually starting to do a little bit better. Again, this is potential we were talking about before. They're actually moving further up towards the top of those rankings. That 70-point mark is really where you could start to make inroads towards the top of the tables. And Lusail Esports with 46, and then we have that big drop off towards ABIAH with 20 points alongside Falcon.
Yeah. It's far from ideal for the teams at the bottom there, but there's still plenty of time to prove yourself. And if you keep on getting, and I'm going to say this again and again, if you keep on getting into the Super Weekends, you're going to be more than likely getting into those finals as well. And it's there that you really need to prove your mettle. Obviously, it's nice to do very well here in the in the Super Weekend stages, but getting forwards and progressing, that's going to be super duper crucial.
Super duper crucial indeed. That's what we like to see in these games. And we will have Erangel coming up very shortly, in fact, as our final map of the day before we head over to tomorrow, where we'll be doing our first final game of one of the Super Weekends. So happy days. That's a weird way to put it, isn't it? What am I doing?
I've no
Get
idea.
Me out of here.
You went
I
off
don't
on
want to
one.
be here anymore.
It was great. I enjoyed it. Well, I'll grant you your wish. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, it'll be the 5th and final game of the day. We'll see you in a minute.
Mr. DJ. Like this.
Hello and welcome back to PMPL Arabia. We've got the 5th and final game of the day ready and waiting in the wings for you. My name is John Allen. With me is Blank, and we are going to be getting underway. Galaxy Racer, they've been keeping a heavy lead right now. They've had a couple of slip-ups today, more so on their first day, but they are still head and shoulders above the competition. They've been making it look super-duper easy on the games that they've done well on, certainly.
Oh, they absolutely have. I mean, it's kind of crazy that they had the 2 chicken dinners in a row today, as well as with 12 kills and 10 kills on top of it. Like, that is some great numbers coming through from any team. I mean, there's some hefty wins as well. I mean, sometimes you get those wins where you only got 4 kills, 5 kills. And to be quite honest with you, when you have a lot of those field finishes as well, I don't expect teams to be getting like 10, 12 kills because it's a rough situation. To get those wins in with a lot of kills, you tend to just want to like slip your way into those final moments with the 4 members you have, and then win it out from there. But Galaxy Racers kept it in control this entire time, and Real Tiger 9, you know, they've been holding on to this second spot for quite some time now, just purely with lots of 4th and 3rd places. So they're consistently hitting towards the top, not the top, but towards the top drop.
Towards the top, and to be honest, that's as good as you can hope for in a lot of circumstances.
Yeah.
Fantastic to be able to strike out that far for now. We'll have to wait and see if they can continue that, because whilst, you know, each of these games, it's about looking good in each of these games and sort of what form you're on, but it is about just maintaining an average over the course of 45 potential games in these super weekends, which is great. If you can continuously get towards the top, that is good enough, certainly, to be one of the top teams in the end of it. But I don't think it's ever been enough to be the top team.
No, not at all. I would 100% agree with that. I think that, like, once you get to Super Weekend right now, you really start to see the true colors of a lot of teams. And I think for Galaxy Racers, they're like, this is where it counts, this is where it matters. Let's put on our A game right now for when we're playing in the top 16. And some teams just perform better when they can do a lot of research and a lot of time spent in the background on their homework, on the teams that they'll be playing with consistently over the course of 15 games, especially in a Super Weekend. So, you know, this just might be Galaxy Racers having the bead on a lot of these teams already coming into this match and choosing the most optimal positions around each individual battleground. So realistically, very happy with that indeed. I think KURD Squad continuing to really amp it up a little bit. It's annoying for me because I think KURD Squad do very well, but it always feels like they're in a struggle against all the other teams. I don't know if that's because they're putting themselves in bad positions, where it's really a lot of that mechanical skill and understanding of how to take a fight that's bailing them out in those situations. I'd have to watch more to see that. But right now, I feel like KURD Squad could be a really, really good team. It's just these little minor mistakes or potentially getting themselves into situations where they have to perform perhaps a little bit better than they might have to do. You know, they could be cruising through to those top positions rather than, you know, in a battleship the entire time with the radar pinging off all the time as well.
So what you're saying is you have to upgrade performance and upgrade with fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports 2021. We're going to be getting into the last game that we're going to be seeing today. And we're going to go for a little bit more of a southerly plane here over Erangel.
Oh yeah, so already we're getting out the plane. You know, a nice streamlined outfit like that, you're going to get to the floor very quickly. Already, teams dropping out towards Mansion. Road to Glory, they can get on with their game as soon as possible, down towards the Popka and Milta Power, but this plane makes it fairly easy for most teams to get to where we want to be. KURD Squad pretty happy with this one as well because they can grab some vehicles nice and early towards Kameshki, move up towards Severny, their general, you know, sporting grounds at the moment. Fate also dropping down towards Milta Power, or just Milta itself, the city. He'll loot up in that location, and Falcon up towards Yasnaya. But a lot of teams dropping down towards Sosnovka. We saw this before. Hopefully KURD's K12 don't get caught out by this one and instead stick together this time, understanding there are a few more teams in this location than they perhaps might have liked.
Taking a look over on C block in Sosnovka Military Base, 2 teams are there. Triple vibes. Going to be landing straight on it. The circle, it's back to the mainland, so those crossings will have to come through. The question is, what can be done to try and stay alive on this military island? Split apart, or do you try and take this fight, try and take the hot drop? Because it's not going to be easy to escape from this one against Lusail.
No, I mean, K12 also just made the decision to drop into their alternate drop spot here, which is in very Pier, opting, you know, there's a lot of teams there dropping down Sosnovka military base, and we want none of it already. Vibes are taking a bit of damage. Azrael's down, taking enough damage that he's probably going to bleed out by the time anyone can even get to him. And you've been making a mad dash across the roof anyway, so it's very unlikely they do get Azrael up here. So Framar just has to back off, one shot over on the side of them too. But this central actual circle itself, it is about as central as it gets on Erangel. So a lot of teams will be making their way over into positions they're comfortable with, knowing that the circle's not going to do anything a little too crazy, that they won't be able to deal with it.
Nades going back and forth. That paper bag won't afford you much protection. Obviously, a little bit underlooted. Both of these squads, they just want to try and take the fight. And if you spot someone in an open corridor, I mean, fair enough. They'll be fighting with minimal weaponry here. UMP at this range, though, pretty deadly. Might want to hop out the window, but there's players across the way, and every which way you turn, you're going to be staring down a barrel from Triple Vibes.
Carry boy moves out.
Nice.
I'm going to look over to them. But yeah, Vibes are pretty much done for now. They need to get out of this location, and leaving Sosnovka military base is not going to be easy either with the amount of players they currently still have, which is the 2. And we're going to get a quick replay. See exactly what did happen in that situation, because I think it was just a beautiful shot from 1 with UMP. Look at that spray. That is very well controlled for him.
Nicely held. And Triple Vibes need to run with their tail between their legs. Can't afford to take more casualties than this. Not this early into the game anyway, when they still need to make the bridge crossing. When they still need to keep on going for the rest of this game. Already 2 points found for Lusail. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Yeah, Lazy Boy also drowning, sadly, for Cryptics. So he won't be joining us in this game.
Yeah, that was a late drop. I think Cryptics are actually in the middle of the map at the moment. Just a little bit over towards Roshok, I believe.
Lazy Boy is indeed living up to the name. It's just coming back from a bathroom break to find himself completely submerged in water. He's like, oh guys, I'm so sorry. It's not here all the time.
Been defeated, mate. Been defeated by the bathroom.
By the bathroom and the water, incidentally.
It happens to the best of us, you know.
It really does. It really, really does.
Water's pretty dangerous. Water's pretty dangerous.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. 100%. Looking back up towards RICO Infinity Team, these guys have been having a pretty decent performance today. I think stepping up, and I think we identified, you know, this is a team that actually does have some good gun skill, and also knows how to handle themselves in a fight. So it was nice to see them today, you know, shore up some of those issues they had from yesterday, and be able to set themselves up in a position where they can fight later on in the map, and actually be able to get themselves into a better position to win out the late game. Obviously, hasn't actually quite happened as of yet, but they do keep putting themselves in a better spot than they were before.
Improving and improving and improving is what you love to see it in these slightly longer form tournaments, right? It's great if you can start off strong, but I feel like even if you don't, the best thing possible that is able to do is just keep improving, because people are going to start to see you, start to notice you, and wonder, what the hell are we going to do against this? This didn't happen before. And they potentially start to panic around it. And if you're just keeping on improving, it's slow and steady that wins the race in the end.
Yeah, and it can also cause problems for the teams around you when you drop as well, because like you said, you start to worry about that team. You don't want to touch their position as much. You don't want to head over towards where they are. It might afford you a little bit more space in the early game because people are afraid to challenge you. That specifically happened with Galaxy Racer, just with Pachinki itself, which is nice to see. And now Fate, again, another team that seems to consistently improve during these matches. And I hope they can continue to do that, because it's nice to see that team. I said earlier that I did like their rotation. I thought they made a lot of smart plays. It just felt like this is a team that just doesn't have that kind of firepower that RICO Infinity Team is bringing to the table.
Moving across the beach now. Twisted Minds, they didn't have the greatest of games today. They've had one or two bits where they've shined a little bit more, but it's really not come back from that first game performance that we were used to seeing from them. Rotating all the way around and trying to play for whatever positions they can find here. No one really challenging their spot at the moment, so they should be safe for now. KURD Esports as well. They're playing in the warehouses and potentially looking to leave to get a better spot closer to the center, closer to the circle, give themselves more options moving forwards.
Well, I remember a pretty iconic interview we had with Jonathan from South Asia a very long time ago, in fact, where he was talking about how if you have a really, really good start to a tournament or a really good start to a day, it can give you a lot of that momentum you need to keep plugging on towards the end of the match or the rest of the small mini tournament you're in. And a lot of these super weekends are just realistically little mini tournaments that we have every weekend past the league play, where you're just trying to get some more points on board. And I found that very weird for Twisted Minds, because they did have such a great standout game right at the beginning of the super weekend, but weren't really able to translate a lot of that to their other games, because since that first place they have not had a top 4 finish since then. So that, in my eyes, was very weird. Not only because it's a first place, and I don't necessarily mean to say that like if you get a first place, oh, you should be getting so much momentum, you should be winning the rest of your match of the day. They had a first place with 17 kills. It was not a small game, and I think you said it was the most kill counts we've had for a first place throughout the entirety of the super weekend. So it was just strange for things to dip off so suddenly afterwards. So I really wondered what changed after that first match.
I mean, it's also including the league play that we had before that. It's actually a tie at the moment with NASR, both of whom got 17 kills on an Erangel game. NASR obviously doing that during the league play. But yeah, it's still the highest kill count that we've seen in a game this tournament. So yeah, what happened? What has changed? It feels like they maybe just got a little bit lucky in that first one.
Yeah, exactly. I think you have to get very lucky to get a game like that. But that's unfortunate. It's fortunate that it might just come down to that. And this is where it'd be really nice to get an interview with them. But I don't think we'll be having anything of the sort. I'm sorry, guys. I do really apologize. But I don't speak Arabic, so I can't really translate. No, sorry. Apologies. That's something I should invest in the future.
Invest in someone who speaks Arabic to be able to translate for you.
Yeah. Maybe not learn the entirety of Arabic, although that might be an exciting endeavor. But yeah, that would take me a long time, honestly.
Yeah, probably would. Ali, I mean, he's hang on a minute, getting flashbacks here. Going to be taking on an entire squad on his own. Hits the drop shot and able to get the first knock, and looks for a flush as well. Hits the drop shot around, plays the angle, and finally goes down. Won't be able to get too much more than that. Gets flushed, and Rio will not get flushed himself as well. So good news bears for KURD Esports.
Oh yeah, I mean that's a little unfortunate, especially with what we saw Ali do before. A Galaxy Racer's off in the distance as well. Ready to third fight. It's a bit naughty. Freak though, off in the distance, gets absolutely nailed by Revo with that M14. Beautiful stuff from him. But Ralph's up close and personal. They saw this fight, they saw one go down, but now they're going to have to delay this fight a little bit whilst they get their teammate back up on his feet.
Should be able to get that res though. Ralph move forwards and not going to be damaged by those nades. They might just want to fall away, go for something else. Freak
Caliga
continue to take damage. This is iKURD Esports now starting to chime into the fight. So with that unit of 3 towards the top of the tables. They're working together in this situation, but they're certainly going to be under pressure from one another as soon as one of them decides to move. You can see the shots already starting to ring through the hillside.
You forgot about us, did you?
Look at the shots coming through from him, buddy. Still just laying down the law. All 4 players, by the way, are the top frag. All the 4 players of Galaxy Racer are the top 4 fraggers in this tournament.
Oh yeah, and you can see why as well, really. I did like that from Hamadi though, because I think iKURD Esports thought they got away with that one, and Hamadi's like, look, we're going to give you a little bit to think about before we do leave. So make sure you do still need to fear us if you ever get in a fight with us.
Going to extract their pound of flesh and have done with it. See if they can't get away, get a better fight for themselves in the future. But at the moment, it's going to go back to being a little bit quieter. But hang on a minute, that might change. Look at that mini dino there, just trying to chase around on the Venom. But Galaxy Racers potentially in trouble here if Fate Esports get the drop on them, or if they haven't scouted this position properly. It might come a cropper, but look at that. Yeah, this is disciplined coming through from Galaxy Racer. They've cleared a lot of the headshot hills coming on through behind them. And now they can start to pay attention to this compound.
Yeah, they need to find a new position or at least a new place to call home right now. And this is a good compound to fight, in fact, because the majority of the time you do need to control both sides of the road. So even as a 3, it's quite effective to take a fight versus this kind of team, because in the worst case scenario, you can take a fight versus just the 2 players on one side of the road. So I like this from Galaxy Racer, and they are still quite central. Next circle going to hit on our screens very shortly. Please give me a hard shift. Oh, but it's a nice shift, in fact, up towards Rozok. Now, this is an interesting finish regardless, because now you've got to decide exactly where you're going to play. The majority of the circle is towards that southern side, but there's a lot of water involved. There's the island in the middle, which is a little bit uninhabitable towards the end of the game. So a lot of these places are a little bit unplayable for this team. If I was Galaxy Racers, well, I'm not Galaxy Racers, but looking at Galaxy Racers, this is a time when I would imagine that they'd go for a rotate, in fact. Ragnarok's going out wide, though, which they need to be worried about. And it's Twisted Minds who have moved in here.
Oh, Venom trying to sneak on through the middle of it. Actually stays alive for now. Fate trying to keep on going through the midst of it all. Plenty of teams waiting in the wings now, as Visa does go down in the meantime. It looks like Fate just tried to crash onto like 3 different locations all at once. I'm slightly confused by that. Scatter to the 4 winds. I mean, fair enough. It's going okay.
It's gone all right. I mean, they've got several different positions to play around with now. Galaxy Racers is in a bit of an awkward spot because they are pinched between one player. Oh, that was some fancy driving. He managed to get it across. It's like Jesus the car.
Jesus the car?
Yeah, driving on water.
Jesus Christ supercar?
Jesus Christ supercar. There you go. That's the one. That's the winner right there.
That's what we go for, you know. Only the best. But of course, K12 now starting to take a dunk. As iKURD Esports trying to get these shots to land, but no dice at the moment. However, the presence is going to be felt across the way. The circle centering onto this river it's one of the worst for a player to see, right? It's always such a tough decision to make, whether you go north, south, where you hold around these rivers as well.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that, to be fair, with the majority of the circle being towards that south side, you can be pretty comfortable that it's going to end up there. But if you really do need to get out of dodge and need some place to hold up for a little while, you know, the north side of the river, it can be a place to stay. And if you do get that hard shift, you're in a really good position. So sometimes you have to gamble with these circles, and that's okay. If you do get, sometimes the circles do just come down to luck. And if you gamble for the north side and you get the north side, great stuff. Right now, you're having Galaxy Racers trying to hold out Twisted Minds over towards this warehouse, but nades are starting to come across. Hamodi's going to have to start throwing them back as well to put the pressure on. Can't allow this to continue happening. They're going to ditch the vehicles for the time being. I think Hamodi would love to get them out of there.
Far from ideal. Next circle really going to dictate the pace of the next stage. So no, that's possibly the worst shrink that could have happened. It's probably, I was going to say it's good news for K12 and iKURD Esports, but everybody's going to be looking their way now. Everybody's going to be thinking about how they can get in there. Road to glory, they have to think about how to deal with triple vibes first.
It's kind of like road to defeat at the moment for them, because I think they maybe took a wrong turn somewhere, because it's really not going well. I don't know if you're going to blame the sat-nav in this situation. About 80 smokes get thrown at NASR. I don't know if that's necessary, honestly. But
that's a lot of smokes.
A good shot comes back, though. I don't know who that's actually from. Oh, it was from Madlaw, from RTG. So a good shot indeed.
They're able to answer a little bit. ABIAH trying to regroup to go for a potential crossing, or maybe not. It's really hard to tell around this position. Twisted Minds now moving into iKURD Esports position, but there we go. They get the off angle, they get the shots, and they control the entrance to this garage. A really nice angle to be found. And they can start to go for the fight. And actually, look at this. Oh, Esrod with a ball. Drop out the window. Looks for one. Hits the deck and will go down. Looking to get flushed out as well. They continue to charge up the stairs. 2 players alive for Twisted Minds, but nades from KALLA to try and do some damage, to try and keep their teammates safe and get them to the outskirts. I mean, to be fair, that's a good push coming out through the door, because now you can get around behind the wall and get to the rest of your team.
Ooh. KALLA gets shot from the side. I think that was from Fate. Nade comes to the top side, but YaLLa's firmly downstairs. Won't be taking that one. But Twisted Minds has been going from compound to compound, taking more space than anyone else can even really handle. KURD, you can see, struggling down towards the bunker side. KALLA dropping down, some smokes of his own, trying to unveil the mist here.
Twisted Mind trying their best to dismount this team right now, and KALLA waiting for his teammate to cross, but the bleed out is coming through thick and fast. Has to make the dash if they want to get the res, and I just don't think it's going to be possible. They are going to lose their player there and then. And that's going to be go time for Twisted Minds. They're going to move up just a little bit further. They need to be worried to their left flank. There is a player from iKURD Esports there waiting to see if they're going to go for these crosses. Tuning in on the northern shore, though. You've got YaLLa Esports and Road to Glory.
Yusuf waiting with his nades, throwing them over the top side, while RTG are just trying to get situated. Means the vehicles get dropped around a little bit. Another nade over the top. Yusuf has to drop to the floor. Smells the grass. But doesn't indicate a happy morning for him.
Speaking of giving them a trim, Zuxi gets top of his head taken off. We'll have to go for the res here for Road to Glory. Nade's going to bombard in as well from YaLLa Esports. A lot of control on this northern shore for them right now in this position. I'm not too sure what Road to Glory are thinking of doing. I feel like that was Madlog going on a bit of a turn. He was driving literally in circles there. Bit of indecision coming through from the leadership in Road to Glory. Low HP abound. Now, YaLLa Esports have a great spot on this northern shore. If they get the circle shift, it's going to go very well for them.
Yes, now we need to wait for this. Oh my god, it's been a while since I've seen one of these bad boys. And I'm ready for this game. That's going to be nice. That's going to be very nice.
That's just not polite to all the teams on the southern shore. They're going to have to move. They're going to have to cross, get to that central isle. Getting to the northern shore is nigh on impossible. I was going to say impossible. And you know what? It probably is impossible to be able to do that. Getting the buggy into the bottom of the river. Maybe afford you a little bit of cover. Get some healing on board.
Yeah. It's like, sod this. I'm going in the water. See you later, guys.
But YaLLa Esports, they're isolating their angles. They're trying to push down towards KURD Squad's location as well, who are holding on this bunker. This is a great spot, but nades find their way into this place more often than not. Yeah.
RT9, looking like they're struggling for the time being. Ramp is on the floor. Kabayashi would like to pick him up, but it's Lusail who are actually doing a pretty good job here. They already have Rip across the water. RTG, as you can see, in the river itself. YaLLa can actually hold this position. The last time we saw this kind of circle was in EMEA, John, where we saw a team do very, very well from Kanina Power, from the water itself, but in the end, it was the players on the north side of the shore who came out looking pretty. Because you can spend so much time just affecting a lot of the fights that go on the other side of the river without being in too much of a problem yourself, because you can just dip behind trees and stuff and pretty much just be the wasps of the lobby and just keep stinging people and being quite annoying.
Vexatious.
Yes, exactly.
That's what you're looking for, right? That's
irksome.
Ooh, I like it. And under the bridge, under the river, it looks to be the trolls of Road to Glory right now. They're trying to extract their toll. Madlaw making it to that shoreline, but so many teams moving in now. Everybody making this crossing. Goodness me. I'm not entirely sure how everyone's managed to do this. I feel like at least someone should have died.
I think everyone's kind of accepted that this circle sucks. And we'll make this a little bit fairer by allowing everyone to get in, and then we'll just play team deathmatch. Don't you worry, guys.
And then YaLLa's just on the other shore like, well, okay, I guess we'll get second place or first place then.
yeah, we're out of bounds, and we will shoot you.
Yeah, that's just how it goes sometimes. Some people don't think it be like it is, but it do. Kabayashi trying to swim away, but look at this. Carry Boy has the bead constantly on the swivel. There's no way you get through this. Yeah, look, they're even sending one of their players underneath to get the info on exactly where they are. That's going to be real Tiger 9 eliminated.
Yep. Destiny just makes it across here. This is where smokes become extra valuable.
Oh, look at the shift.
Stock. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, did I see this coming? No. But did I say something like it might happen? Yes. So I'm happy to see it in this situation. YaLLa's got a really good position ahead of themselves now. And I think that, yes, we allowed so many players to get across that shore from Rozhok, but a similar thing won't happen here on this North Shore. KURD squad already down to 2, but YaLLa losing a player in Bandar is horrific. I believe that's 2 players going down for YaLLa. Now they've just got 2 players alive, which is not nearly enough to hold down this Northern Shore.
All of a sudden, K12, I'm just looking at the South Shore at the moment, but they were on 4, and now they're down to 1, just like that. A really unfortunate trade on their western edge against Twisted Minds, and potential for a push to come over that ridgeline. Cryptics eliminated. Everybody needs to make this mad dash across the island. You've got 4 teams ready and waiting to break out wide. Tiger with that M249. That's a lot of bullets to put down range, but there's teams looking your way. Galaxy Racer eliminated in their fight with the Falcons behind the rock, but the blue zone hurts now, and the spray is good on 1. Looks for more, but they're both out in the blue. Needs to try and flush it here, and he won't be able to get back to the zone in time. Up he goes, and down he falls. Doesn't even need to step up, but there goes the savior for K12 to stay alive into this game. 1 player left standing.
I love that. He just looked to the sun. He was like, if I'm going to die, I'm going to die looking at a pretty sight, and not you guys, K12. So now NASR seems to be doing fairly well for themselves. Beautiful nades coming over towards Falcon. Nabo drops another one. Looks like it's on target, and he will have to get up, but that allows for the rest of NASR to hit it up. But now, as I say that, NASR's already taking hits from YaLLa. And although YaLLa only have 2 players, they do still have this Northern Shore, which will allow them a lot of actual maneuverability to make these plays here.
It's highly likely that the circle shifts towards them as well. The real threat that they have at the moment is KURD squad on their western side, who are currently indentured in their bunker, but they're also more than likely going to have to move. YaLLa, they've spread out. They've got a lot of ground. They've got a lot of control here.
KURD squad's major problem right now is that they cannot lose players on this rotate when the next circle hits. Luckily, YaLLa's kind of protected from KURD squad just by the way that this hill is formed, because it almost creates like a barrier between these 2 teams at the moment. RICO Infinity team still in the water with SK Ton. Lusail dropped 1 player into the water to find out where these players are hiding, but Madlol is in a sneaky little spot here. I'm not sure many teams will be able to find him. Rip now to try and find a way to get back up on dry land. But it's a 2v2 on the mainland. Batika still alive. Circle drops directly on top of the guys from YaLLa, which is beautiful stuff for him. And now Aram goes down. This is not so great. Just 1 player remaining. Batika stabs from the side.
Okay, maximum of 2 players on a team, by the way. YaLLa down to 2, Lusail down to 2 as well. They're hunkered in behind the bridge. They're going to have to move. But everybody else, all other 4 teams, are on a single player left alive. Madlol found a little crevice to try and play in. Maybe Batika spots it, maybe not. Needs to be as quiet as a dormouse, but at the moment, taking damage from some direction.
Yeah, Batika's got an awful time ahead of him. He just tried to kill as many people as possible before he does get knocked out of this. Maybe he sees Volt as he tries to move over the top side, but he's looking the wrong way. So unfortunate. Could have got himself another kill and lathered up, because taking down Volt would have taken down the rest of KURD squad. He has no way he gets across this bridge. I think his best bet is to go in the water, which he's going to try and do now. Powerful's not even watching it. Oh my lord! Get your eyes on the prize, boys!
How have you managed to take that dunk? Batika could start to swim across. Madlol needs to be worried as well. Not even sure if there's a way up there, but at the moment, RICO Infinity's team are going to be able to find one of the few paths of egress from this river. Try and save themselves. And look at this, they're just scanning it. First to go up is the first to fall. And in the water, Lusail are going to need to try and take some of these kills to try and ladder up, and YaLLa have a death grip on this position right now.
Road to Glory's got such a sneaky position right now for Madlol. No one's even spotted him. Batik is in an awkward spot right now because Lusail know exactly where he is because he was spotted by Rip here. Batika needs to get over towards where Madlol currently is. They've both gone in the water now. They can see you, boy. But can they get back up in time is the question. Oh, hey,
they're
buddy.
both right next to each
doing?
other. Volt, hang on a minute. He was on the hillside this whole time. KURD squad looking for shots, looking for damage, but not going to be able to find it. A swivel there from Powerful to eliminate the KURD squad at the back. Batika is up on the shoreline, but can't quite find purchase. The rock's just too slippery at the moment. The player from Road to Glory finally goes down with one of their best performances of the tournament so far in 11th place. YaLLa now fighting against 3.
It will be Lusail who want to get rid of Batika because they know if they get rid of him, then they're down another player and they'll ladder up to 2nd. Yusuf looking down desperately down towards Lusail's position. They're not going to push it though. There's no reason to. So they're just throwing loads of mollies over the top, but Batika's sick of it. He's going to throw one of his own. It could be so sick.
The nade is there. The underarm, there's a lot of damage. It's sent forwards. It's going to slow them down. He knows the underarm's there. Yusuf gets knocked in the meantime as well. And Lusail, they have their base of operations. Batika goes down. They've dropped it all down. And there they go. Now it's just Powerful, isolated. It's one player versus these two coming through from Lusail. Info can be given over from the knocked Yusuf. This circle does hurt indeed, but they're climbing. They're clambering. They're scrambling for anything they can find, and now they know where the last player is. They didn't quite get that knock, and that's a great nade. It's going to push Powerful all the way out wide, low HP. Needs to try and hold it down. YaLLa, they're on the verge of getting dismounted here on the shoreline. Potential, just one shot stands between them. They're not quite going down just yet. They need to swing out wide. They need to take the challenge. Rip looking to move forwards. There's a Molotov, and that's going to go all the way up to the rock. Powerful needs to be careful. Can't step back too far, and up they go. They're going to go for the challenge. Powerful steps out wide, takes a bullet, and goes low. He goes down, and it's YaLLa to get dismounted. Lusail mount up and right strong out of the river. From under the bridge they come, and they will take the chicken dinner.
How has that happened? Honestly, YaLLa really should never have lost that. And a lot of the blame goes towards Powerful in that situation. He just didn't even need to peek. They had a great off angle. They were pushing out into the open. Regardless of what happened, as long as one of those players, both those players survive, Lusail doesn't make it off underneath that bridge. So unfortunate. But Batika, to get a 3rd place, honestly, beautiful work from him. The fact that he had to cross from the other side of the river, he did damage over towards KURD squad, which allowed YaLLa to pick up that final kill. Beautiful stuff from your boy Batika, getting 3rd place. Really happy with that. Chuffed to bits, in fact.
Oh, hell yeah. I mean, that was a great performance to get that far. Let's take a look at what points were able to be earned by teams in this game. Let's take a look at the round rankings. And you can see there, right at the top, Lusail Esports with 28. 13 kills on the game. And YaLLa let it drop just at the end there. Still, they managed to get 20 points, and that's a pretty good result for them.
Yeah, they will be kicking themselves after that game, though, because that was a surefire victory for them. The fact that they've lost that to Lusail has got to hurt. That is a whole 3 points they missed out on top of the 2 points they would have got from the kill points as well as it. So really unfortunate stuff. But Tiga, honestly, 3rd place, getting it for NASR is insanely good. And Road to Glory, I will give them credit for being a sneaky McSneakerson inside of that little pocket of water.
I mean, fair enough. You get 11 points. That's, as I said, probably the best performance that they've had so far in the tournament. And most of it came from placements there. Playing sneaky, that's how you can eke out some points from this tournament. But Galaxy Racer, again, taking a little bit of a dip there. Real Tiger 9 towards the bottom side. It's not looking super strong, but at the moment, still Galaxy Racer Salt's almost certainly, certainly still at the top there. Really going to be difficult to dismount them from that, as we sort of has established earlier on into this Super Weekend. So it's going to be pretty tricky. Let's take a look at the MVPs from this game, as they are going to be thrown on up. And it looks like, yeah, there you go. Fair enough. 2 from Lusail, 1 from YaLLa.
Oh yeah, Carryboy did a great job. And let's not forget that Lusail started down in Sosnovka military base. It was an incredible run up towards Rozhok and towards that small island, and then again onto the North Shore. They have been running for a long, long time, and through the fire and the flames, they made it happen, or in this case, through the water and the waves. So very, very good stuff from them indeed. And Carryboy is going to be very proud of himself in this situation to open it up so much, despite dying a little bit early. He certainly secured that position for the 2 guys left at the end of that game. Powerful, obviously, 3 kills, 558 damage done, but an unfortunate ending for him on that map.
I feel like Yusuf getting knocked earlier on that duo, because they were so split, they couldn't go for that res, and I feel like Yusuf didn't need to get knocked there. He didn't need to take that challenge.
Don't peek.
It didn't need to peek. He didn't need to do it. But let's take a look at the overall standings now as they fall at the end of day 2 here at the Super Weekend. Galaxy Racer right at the top there, 162 points. That is pretty bloody good, really. KURD squad 97, KURD 12 Esports on 93, and they've separated the KURD gang there. That's unfortunate. But Real Tiger 9, 93.
Yeah, so NASR Esports drop up into 6th place as well, so good stuff for them. Obviously, K12 and Real Tiger 9, they are drawing it up with 93 points apiece, so real close in contention there. Fate Esports remain on this first page, and Twisted Minds slip ever closer down towards the bottom of that first place leaderboard. I think the Twisted Minds really, really running it down towards outside of Watertown, and could have made it through to that northern shore, but got a little bit unlucky. And I think they are a little bit careless with their rotations at times, or should I say, basically they're killing fields because they just run through people, to be honest with you. Lusail making up to 9th place with 74 points, and YaLLa tying up with 74 as well. So YaLLa bringing it back online indeed. They could get towards that first page if they really step it up tomorrow, and that would be a really good result for them, despite the poor performance on that first day.
Yeah, they're starting to pick up their feet, right, and that's what they are looking to continue and keep on going with. 74 points for YaLLa at the end. I mean, that's you take that, and they've got another day's worth of games left to play. You do take those indeed. 24 points as well at the bottom there for Road for Glory. So with that brings us to the end of day 5. Have you got any sort of grandiose closing thoughts, Blank?
My only grandiose closing thought isn't that grandiose either. But to be fair, I think the only thing that strikes me as important would be the 44 placement points from YaLLa on that second page, which is by far the highest on that second page, which tells me that perhaps this is just YaLLa having a bad weekend. Any team that can get that amount of placement points is a good team that perhaps has got quite unlucky. So YaLLa, although a disappointing performance, I don't think it's a justified performance as of yet. And I think with the coming Super Weekends and tomorrow, things can change quite rapidly.
Certainly could. But only time will tell. But for now, we're going to take a quick, well, I say a quick break. We're going to go for, well,
we're leaving.
Quite a few hours. We are going to leave. In fact, we're going to go and eat some food, drink some water. I suggest that you guys stay hydrated as well at home. Make sure you're all having a great time. We're certainly having a great time here with the Pro League Arabia. We'll see you tomorrow.
Mr. D.